Okay, good morning, everyone. Full house. Thank you for joining us. Just a quick reminder that our meetings are web streamed and televised, so if you could all take a moment to ensure your phones are on silent, that would be appreciated. And if you are attending virtually, keep yourself muted and use your Microsoft Teams hand raise feature. Remember to turn it off after you're finished. And with that, I call the Norfolk County Budget Committee meeting of November 21st, 2024 to order. And note that all members of council are in attendance with the exception of Councillor Duthie, who sends his regrets. We have a couple changes to the agenda. We've received a request to amend the agenda to include several deputations, 3.3 through to 3.9, and some of them are written, but most, I believe, are going to speak. So that requires a 2/3 majority vote. Is there a mover and a seconder to make the amendment? Moved by Councillor Van Andriesch, second by Councillor Van Passen. All in favor? Carried. Okay. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest today? Seeing none, we'll jump right into the agenda. We have 9 deputations. I would ask the committee to accept the deputation for information after each and every speaker. Should the committee wish to have staff bring a report back to us on any matter, we can do that later on when we get into the capital budget today. With that, I will start with Doug Johnson, which is item 3.1 on the agenda, Turkey Point Pickleball Committee. Doug and all of the deputations today, you have 5 minutes to speak. I can let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. It would be our best hope that you could not repeat repetitive information. There are quite a few of you up today, but that being said, you do only have 5 minutes, so we'll try to not interrupt you. Whenever you're ready, I'll start the clock, Doug. And you just got to hit the button on the right-hand side of the microphone.
Thank you. Mayor Martin and councillors, good morning and thank you for the opportunity to speak to council today. My name is Doug Johnson. I'm a 25-year resident of Turkey Point. Today, I am presenting on behalf of the Turkey Point Pickleball Committee. Our committee is enthusiastically supporting the proposed construction of pickleball courts at our Turkey Point Community Park. Our committee is advisory only to Norfolk County. The committee consists of experienced pickleball players that look forward to promoting an active lifestyle in Turkey Point. We have done extensive work in hopes that the courts are done right. Prior to this meeting, the committee has submitted a 33-slide PowerPoint for your viewing. Our committee hosted an information meeting on August 24th, 2024 to share our information with the Turkey Point community. We also have gone door to door, sharing our committee's plans and met many enthusiastic neighbors that are either currently playing pickleball or are excited to learn how to play. Our committee has received 400 signatures from Turkey Point residents supporting the construction of new courts at our Turkey Point Park. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in North America, and Norfolk County is no exception to this trend. It is a sport enjoyed by all age groups and all abilities. The demographics of Turkey Point consist mostly of people over the age of 50, and many of our residents are enjoying retirement. The grassed area in the park is rarely used. No baseball games, no soccer games, no one throwing a frisbee. It is basically an empty field. Our park currently lacks any recreational activities for our aging community. We believe our park would become a meeting place where residents can meet new neighbors, learn how to play pickleball, while enjoying the active lifestyle that is inherent with pickleball. Our committee is also dedicated to partnering with Norfolk County to ensure the maintenance of the courts, including storing the nets, court cleanup, ensuring court rules are followed, and giving lessons to new players to the game. By going door to door in Turkey Point, our committee wants to share some of the responses from our community. There was one lady when asked if she would sign her support sheet responded, "I just won the 50-50 draw at Summerfest. Can I give it all to your committee? I just want the court so badly." Another married couple responded, "We have guests here all summer. We always get asked, what else is there for us to do here in Turkey Point besides go to the beach? I really hope we get the courts." A neighbor shared, "I bike through the park all the time, and I think, why is there nothing here for me to do? I played pickleball for the first time last week. I loved it." And an avid pickleball player said, "I really enjoy outdoor pickleball. I drive 30 minutes to Port Dover to play at Dover Coast. It cost me $10 an hour to play. It would be fantastic to have courts at our park. I'd even offer to give lessons." And finally, a sentiment shared by so many that we talked to. "I've heard so much about how popular pickleball has become. I would love to learn how to play. I think it's a great idea for Turkey Point." Our community is offering to financially support the construction of courts. The hired consultant for Norfolk Recreation Study, Brenda Andrus, has shared that Turkey Point pickleball courts have been incorporated into the Norfolk Master Recreation Plan. Brenda also shared that she looks forward to continuing to work with our committee to bring this vision to life.
1 minute remaining, Doug.
Court Solutions is our preferred provider of pickleball courts in Turkey Point. They have quoted us the same price as they did the Tilsonburg courts, $200,000. Just yesterday, Court Solutions promised that they can begin construction in May in Turkey Point with a completion date of June 15th, 2025. Our ask today is that pickleball courts for Turkey Point be in the 2025 budget. Pickleball in Turkey Point, let's make it happen. That concludes my remarks, Your Worship.
Great timing. Thanks so much. Are there any questions for Doug? Okay, thank you for coming.
Okay.
Mover and a seconder to receive it as information. Councillor Columbus, Councillor Huffman, all in favor? Carried. Rosemary Johnson. Funding allocated for Turkey Point 2026 being moved to 2025. And after Rosemary is Randy Mawiney. Whenever you're ready, I'll start the clock and let you know when you have 1 minute left.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, councillors, my name is Rosemary Jameson. I am a full-time resident of Turkey Point, and I live at 176 Cedar Drive. I would like to speak to the funding of $120,000 allotted for recreation in Turkey Point, specifically for pickleball, being advanced from the 2026 budget to 2025. Recreational funds for a community should serve all or at least a majority of the residents. Turkey Point has a unique demographics in that it is a seasonal resort community with a highly fluctuating population from summer to the winter off-season. Most of the full-time residents are senior retirees, some of whom travel south for the winter, while others remain here at the lake. Walking or biking to the mailbox or walking the dog are the primary daily exercise routines for these active residents. For this reason, our pedestrian paths along the roads are essential for our health and safety. I am aware that a group of residents have requested this allotted amount of $120,000 specifically to establish gold standard pickleball courts in the green space located in our Turkey Point Park area. There are many ways in which this budget should and can better serve the needs of our entire community, rather than be directed to a new and self-serving group for the building of pickleball courts. The park, which includes the creative playground and exercise equipment, is in need of funding for updates, which the Summerfest Committee could dearly use. The basketball hoops could use new nets, and the baseball diamond could be better defined so it can be used, since the backcatcher structure is already in place. The sandy area adjacent to the pavilion is used by local teams and groups to practice volleyball once the warmer weather returns, and it needs to be maintained with new sand. During the summer, the entire green space, which is the only green space of this size left in Turkey Point, is used for dog runs and training, frisbee, occasional soccer, as well as for much-needed overflow parking on those peak hot summer weekends. The Summerfest Committee also uses the whole park in August for the annual barbecue, evening events, sand sculpture contest for the children, breakfast in the park, and the popular car show on the final Sunday. At other times, the pavilion serves as a gathering spot for family birthdays, anniversaries, and celebrations of life. Turkey Point hosts a yearly Santa parade in December, which gathers at the park. While visitors and parents mingle and admire the festive floats and animals, Santa welcomes the children in the pavilion. The green space is a very valuable, irreplaceable parcel of land which needs to be protected. It already serves the community and the summer visitors. Turkey Point is a beach destination, and people come for the beautiful sandy beach, swimming, boating, fishing, and water sports. Funding for recreation could be better divided among other activities, such as bocce ball, horseshoe pits, cornhole, along with widening our walking and biking paths. For all of these reasons mentioned, I feel that the recreation budget for Turkey Point should not be advanced to 2025. We, as a community, have not had sufficient input into the use of these funds. I have not signed nor been asked to sign a petition of support or opposition, and neither have several of my neighbors. We need an informed and united community to fully benefit from such a new project. I implore the committee to leave the funding where it is in the Master Capital Plan and revisit this proposal after more consultation with the whole community here in Turkey Point. This concludes my comments.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Mover and a seconder to receive as information. Councillor Van Andrieschie, Councillor Micheli, all in favor? Carried. Thanks for coming. Randy Mawhinney. And Rick, I'm going to mispronounce your last name, Kudis, on deck. Whenever you're ready, Randy, hit the button on the right-hand side to turn the microphone.
Yeah, it's on. Madam Mayor, councilors, I am Randy Mawhinney, and I'm here to oppose the pickleball court proposed for Turkey Point. I am one of the original volunteers that started Kittyland at the bottom of the new hill. This was a dream of George D. Pommel. The business association was formed, and we built barbecues and held pork and chicken barbecues, which were a huge success and always sold out. Thousands of volunteer hours has turned this into what it is today. The proposed site is our parking for fundraisers to improve Kittyland and Pavilion. The proposed area is hazard land with French drains, home to endangered species. Fox snakes, black snakes, landing and snapping turtles lay eggs there. This would trigger a 3 or 4 season environmental survey. Back in the day when I worked for M&R, we maintained this area. While pushing back brush one day with a tractor, I found 3 arrowheads, which I still have, which today would require an archaeology dig. This will become a black hole for money, so use it towards fixing up one of the other many courts we have in the county, as in Port Rowan, indoor and outdoor ones. Many of these are underutilized, so if you want to play, drive to one of these. My question, would these become like the skate park in Simcoe, being removed after many noise complaints from nearby cottages? So ask yourself, we are 80 million in debt, heading towards 100 if the county stays on the same path. You could also put the $120,000 towards water and sewer projects. So in a few years, will anyone still be playing pickleball, or is this just a fad? Thank you.
Thanks. Questions for Randy? Mover and a seconder to receive his information. Councillor Brunton, Councillor Columbus, all in favor? Carried. Rick, with Mike Brown next.
Madam Mayor and councilors, my name is Rick Cowdice. I've been in Turkey Point since 1987. There we go. I have chosen to speak the cons of this sport. I've spent countless hours researching noise factors and accompanying pickleball courts. The internet has provided many case references about complaints and noise concerns from residents living close to these courts. I want to make it clear, I am not against pickleball. I am totally against the proposed location, which currently sits right in the middle of our beautiful community. Pickleball noise is impulsive sound. Impulsive sounds are proven to annoy people. The average number of pops per hour is anywhere from 400 to 600 minimum. That's a pop every 8 seconds, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week per court. Studies have shown that when people feel there's nothing they can do to stop something, in case of noise, it can develop what doctors call learned helplessness. This occurs when somebody repeatedly experiences a negative, uncontrollable situation. They feel like there's nothing they can do to stop it. It has had a major impact on their health and wellness. This can cause symptoms like depression, weakness immune system, and lack of motivation. In reference to noise assessment done by BAP Acoustics of BC, they have concluded there are two primary sources of noise: the balls hitting the paddles and the players' voices. Both should be in factor when identifying noise annoyance related to pickleball. It is now advised and recommended that pickleball courts be at least 500 to 700 feet away from residents. According to the article on Toronto Star referencing a community in Niagara-on-the-Lake dated July 2024, the problem with pickleball is the impact of the solid rackets on a hard plastic ball that emits a loud popping sound, which can be very annoying to local residents. One local resident went before Justice of the Peace stating that the noise can cause the pickleball is unreasonable and it was a breach of the town noise bylaw. An article written in the New York Times in 2023 states, the constant pop, pop, pop of this sport has brought a nationwide surge of frayed nails, nerves, unneighborly clashes, petitions, call to police, and lawsuits. New York residents originally thought they might be able to live with the noise, but soon discovered that the noise traveled through their homes even when the windows are closed. Residents referred to this like having a pistol range in your own backyard. It's a torture technique. Living with noise is pure hell. The noise has the ability to drive local residents crazy. In an article at ABC News on August 2023, a couple who lived in Cape Cod weren't against pickleball courts in their area. Soon after they were built, the noise began to creep into their homes. They realized it was a huge mistake. We can't really grasp it until you actually start to hear it. The noise caused an extreme amount of stress, and it ended them selling their family home. Karen Rust, the president of Pickleball Canada, has publicly advised cities to build pickleball courts in areas away from residents' homes in order to defer the noise complaints and ever-increasing pressure from private citizens. This research justifies our concerns, and it is my hope that all concerns are taken in consideration before accepting this proposal. Whether you are ready to admit it or not, pickleballers' noise complaints are very real and can impact people in a very hurtful and negative way. If we don't learn to work together, pickleballers risk losing their courts, or people living close to them will actually lose their minds. We don't want either to happen. I asked Councillor, how would you feel having the noise in your community when you are trying to enjoy an outdoor barbecue with family and friends and are forced to listen to the noise this whole time they are there? The pickleball proposal has created division within the residents of Turkey Point, and the passion on both sides has turned ugly.
1 minute remaining.
I would ask members of the council to factor in the cons of this sport too. Do your research and please consider building pickleball courts at a safe distance away from residential homes. I want to live down the street from a non-stop noise over. I do not want to live down the street from non-stop noise over and over. I am sure you wouldn't either. We are all taxpayers and we have the right to a peaceful enjoyment in our homes and community. I choose nature over noise. I'd like to continue living in a quiet and healthy environment. In closing, I'd like to reference Norfolk County Bylaw number 2010-84 reads as following in reference to the noise. Noise shall be unwanted sound emitted in such a manner or with such volume as to likely disturb local inhabitants. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you for coming. Are there any questions for Rick? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rick, you mentioned the ideal distance is 500 to 700 feet.
Yes.
I might have missed it in your presentation, but how far is your home from the
Probably about 700 feet.
700 feet?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Vanadrishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there other homes that are closer?
Oh, I'm a golfer, so 500 feet is 166 yards. I can tee it up, and I can probably hit 35 cottages with that tee off. At 700, I have to take my 3-wood out, and I'll be able to hit them all with about 50. So there you go.
Okay, thank you.
So, anything else? Okay, have a good day.
Mover and a seconder to receive as information. Counselor Van Andriesch moves, seconded by Counselor Brunton. All in favor? Carried. Mike Brown and Ken Hewitt next.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councilors. My presentation is more food for thought and some facts. Fact: the controversy surrounding the installation of pickleball courts in our only green space in Turkey Point has divided our community. In mid-August, the Pickleball Committee presented the community with the installation of pickleball courts as if it were a done deal. The committee stated that they went door to door looking for signatures and speaking to all homes in Turkey Point. Fact: I went door to door to all the homes in the proposed surrounding area. None of the residents have heard about pickleball courts or anyone have approached them for their opinion to what is being proposed for their neighborhood. I would also like to add that no one on the Pickleball Committee lives in the proposed area. The Pickleball Committee states that the meeting they held had 75 in attendance. Fact: what they failed to mention is those that attended, at least half were in opposition. Councillor Van Passen was also at this meeting. We are all under the impression that there was a conversation to be had that day, not a lecture on what was going to happen in our park. No questions were allowed to be asked from those in attendance. So much for an advisory committee. They asked anyone with questions to put them on a piece of paper with their email addresses and someone would get back to them. Fact: after this meeting, many people are upset. Emails were sent to Mayor Martin, Chris Van Passen, Adam Canowin, all in opposition of the courts. I would like to thank you for your acknowledgement of our emails and to Mayor Martin for forwarding our concerns to Nikki Sloat of the Recreation Committee. The Pickleball Committee is requesting that 3 gold standard courts, similar to the ones built in Tilsonburg, are what they would like for our park. Tilsonburg has a population of approximately 19,000 people. The town of Simcoe, as of 2021, had a population of just over 16,000. Does it make sense to spend over $200,000 in Turkey Point for 3 pickleball courts to service 400 people, and that's if they all want to play? How many of those that come in the summer months will play pickleball versus their boating and beach time? Once the novelty of pickleball wears off, courts will sit empty and degrade. This appears to be a proven fact, as seen from the pictures in the Pickleball Committee's presentation of the courts in the surrounding area. Fact: Summerfest has a huge presence in our community and will not participate in this endeavor, as they are here for all of the community, not just a select few. Summerfest is responsible for the installation, maintenance of all the playground equipment, the pavilion, volleyball courts, and the workout area, all of which the community has enjoyed for many years. Again, all of this is thanks to Summerfest. Green space is just that. It provides an open area anyone can use. Local wildlife, children playing, picnics, people visiting, dog park, rentals of the pavilion, and many events are held there. Or even just sitting there as an empty reminder of little green space still exists in our community. If this becomes an asphalt pad, we can never get it back. Approximately 6 of us have been sitting in on the Recreation Committee meeting, and a couple were invited to speak and voice our concerns about the request for courts in Turkey Point. We have learned that there are many requests for recreational facilities within all of Norfolk County, and we know there are limited resources. An online quote from a member of the Pickleball Committee from November 20th says, "Turkey Point is one of many locations the Recreation Committee is considering. So no one can tell you they are building pickleball in Turkey Point or not."
1 minute remaining. After
speaking with Brenda Andrus of the Recreation Committee, she also stated that regardless of any planning for recreational facilities in the area, their intention is never to divide a community, but to bring it together. The division of this community on this subject will not change, and we respectfully request that sincere consideration is given to not proceeding with the installation of pickleball courts in our only green space in Turkey Point. Use of any resources that Norfolk County might have, and use of that is for use for the greater good of many, not just a few. I was going to reiterate what Rick had mentioned about the bylaw, but I won't. And in your questions to who lives in the area, there's probably close to 60 to 70 surrounding homes within the 700 feet.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Appreciate you not repeating that information, and that's noted. Are there any questions for Mike? Thanks for coming. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Michele, Councillor Huffman, all in favor? That's carried. Ken, welcome. And Cynthia is next.
Your Worship and council members, I do want to thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on this important topic relating to our local community in Turkey Point. My name is Ken Hewitt. I'm a resident owner of property in Turkey Point, and I've been there since 2015. Forgot to put my glasses on so I can actually read this. I'm very fortunate to have met so many wonderful people and have built great relationships with my neighbors. We are truly blessed to have such a compassionate, caring, and generous, vibrant community. And while I'm not a member of the group that is actively promoting pickleball, I am one of the 400 that did sign the petition in support of the group's efforts. I'd like to applaud council and staff for the foresight in looking at recreational activities across the county and taking time to put a study together, engaging the public, canvassing for their feedback, and ultimately serves to help council make important decisions that are for the well-being of all taxpayers in Norfolk. Healthy communities are truly the backbone of great communities. Leaders such as yourselves are encouraged to continue to promote healthy lifestyles, healthy choices, and ensure that those choices can be met with proper infrastructure. This idea has become one of your priorities within your strategic plan, and I believe the true path to success in achieving this priority is through direct partnerships. It is clear that we all share the same vision as council, and we are encouraged by the outdoor possibilities that exist here in our small town. And I might add that the Summerfest Committee, by email, has taken a neutral position. The average age of residents here is over 45 years old, and seeing them walking their dogs or simply walking with their loved ones is all too frequent of occurrence. Today, many of us are looking for alternative ways to stay healthy, meet people, get involved, and continue to enjoy our neighborhood. So when this group of local people started talking about pickleball, I became very excited and immediately pledged my support behind them. We are so fortunate to have a park located in the center of our town that serves all of us living here and should be viewed as a park for multiple purposes, serving a variety of needs. Enjoying the Summerfest weekends are always a pleasure. The car show, the volleyball activities, and all other things that happen are of keen interest to many. That said, there is a space to meet more of the community's demands, to meet the changing demographic of the core group of people living here, to meet the wishes of the majority, some 400 that signed a petition supporting pickleball in Turkey Point. The park is here to serve us all. Its previous uses, along with new future ideas, can all be worked in together, and there are solutions that can forge lasting opportunities for future generations. In reviewing your strategic plan for 22-26, under Empowering Norfolk, pickleball does foster and build relationships with the community. It does help promote the idea of business and residents living together harmoniously, and it helps meet the needs of our small town. Furthermore, under Building Norfolk, pickleball does ensure the health, safety, and well-being of the community, providing accessible and equitable options for many to enjoy. In reviewing other places in Ontario, pickleball has been visibly located in many parkettes, smaller community parks, such as the one that's located in Turkey Point. There are some in our community that will have you believe most do not want this project to proceed. And while I do not agree with that thought, I have here a proposal in front of me, and I apologize, I couldn't get my photocopier to make, so I'll leave you the proposal, from another county asking them for support on a local community park. I won't bore you with the details, but I will leave the report for your reference. It highlights the policy that I believe is relevant here. It is called a Community Partnership Program, whereby groups, organizations, and members can apply to the county for financial support in their efforts to improve recreational infrastructure. The primary expectation is that if the community is in question or in question is truly interested in such a project, then the community in question should be expected to partner as a true partner. By the way, the proposal speaks to a minimum setback of 200 feet. So while the parameters of this policy may differ from the one constructed, the underlying principles can be the same. If the public, as I suspect, want this project to proceed, they will participate financially and take on the burden at the same or more than the broader tax base of the county. A true partnership, if they are unable to raise said funds, nothing proceeds, and those arguments against will be validated.
Just under a minute left.
It is a win-win partnership. I'm encouraged that both staff and council are taking the time to review all pertinent information, and I ensure that the right decision to choose partners will be made. I'm hopeful that with your support, we can see pickleball included in the 25 budget year, and I'm confident that those of us living here in Turkey Point will shoulder our fair share of the financial burden to make this dream a reality. I thank you for taking the time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, mover and a seconder to receive as information. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? Carried. Cynthia Daw and Rob Ziegler next.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Daw. I'm a retired teacher and a resident of Turkey Point. As an active person, I was very excited to hear that pickleball courts were being considered for our park. Currently, I am not a pickleball player. However, if courts were located in our park, I would definitely start playing. I would enjoy the chance to play pickleball with my friends and family in a recreational setting without having to leave Turkey Point. This year, from May to November, I walked by the park every day. During that time, I observed that the grassed area in the park was seldom used. Occasionally, there were people with their dogs or kids kicking around a soccer ball. Several times a month, I take my own dogs to the park in order to give them a place to run, chase a ball, or do some retrieval training. After attending the community meeting this summer and seeing the proposed court location, I'm confident that there would still be ample grass area for anyone wanting to exercise their dogs, play soccer, or use the park for any other recreational activity. It is a large park. Pickleball is a great activity for our community. The beauty of the game is that all ages and skill levels can play. Many seniors play, my adult children play, and before I retired, I taught pickleball to my students during phys ed class. It truly is a game for everyone. People who come to cottages in Turkey Point and those of us who live there would have an opportunity to be active and learn a new sport or play one we already know without having to travel to Simcoe or Port Dover to do so. Pickleball courts in Turkey Point would not take anything away from our park. Instead, they would be a wonderful addition to the park. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions? Mover and a seconder to receive item 3.7 as information. Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? It's carried. Rob, sorry, we're switching over to the Harbor Marina. Yes, for the marina? No. Oh, okay, come on up. Yes, Rob Ziegler, yep. Still pickleball, okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to Norfolk Council today. My name is Rob Ziegler, and I am a resident of Turkey Point. I am not a beginner to, to pickleball. When I played my first game 3 years ago, I became addicted instantly. I started playing every day. I believe many residents in Turkey Point will have the same experience if courts are constructed at our park. I have made so many new pickleball friends since I started playing, and I look forward to meeting more new pickleball players in Turkey Point. I have found pickleball to be a unique sport, as players are always welcoming and inviting to beginner players. I look forward to giving back to pickleball in Turkey Point by sharing my knowledge of the rules and giving lessons to those who want to learn how to play. The best thing about pickleball is the social aspect. Games always begin by introducing yourself by name to your partner and opponents. Throughout the game, you hear laughter, compliments on nice shots, and players encouraging each other. I highly recommend pickleball for the many retired people in Turkey Point to keep their bodies and minds active. I have struggled to understand why a few residents in Turkey Point are opposed to courts at our park. Originally, it was a sound issue. That issue was solved by location of the courts and installing sound barriers. Then they shifted their concern to green space, in which they want to use the park as a parking lot, which is contradictory to me. When I was a young child, a park meant a place to go and play. Pickleball is here to stay. Let's make our park a place for all age groups and to go and be active. Let me end with a true story of my 72-year-old uncle. He lives alone and was not in good physical shape. I introduced him to pickleball and he loved it. My uncle has made so many new friends and he's lost 50 pounds, his cholesterol level is down, and his blood pressure is under control. And all as a result of having fun and playing pickleball. I am so proud of him. Pickleball will probably add many years to his life. Exercise, laughing, and having fun. Isn't that what we all want? Pickleball courts in Turkey Point will provide the opportunity for our community to get active, live healthier lives, while having fun and meeting new people. Pickleball is truly fun for the entire family. There is a reason that pickleball is the #1 growing sport in the world. I have discovered the excitement and benefits of pickleball, and I hope to share my expertise with adults, kids, anyone wanting to pick up a paddle in Turkey Point community. Let's make our park a hub for activity and get these pickleball courts put in as soon as possible. Thank you for your time. Your Honor, this concludes my deputation.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Rob.
Yeah.
Questions? Councillor Van den Driesche, then Breton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. You've said you've played actively for 3 years. Where do you play?
I play all over.
What does that mean?
Sarnia, Windsor,
So you're
Burlington,
not
Hamilton,
adverse to driving,
Port Dover,
you go over.
Simcoe. Well, when I'm at the cottage, I go to Port Dover or Simcoe.
Port Dover or Simcoe?
Yeah.
Okay, which is how far to Dover?
Well, it's about 35 minutes to go play in Port Dover. And then I guess 25 minutes to Simcoe.
Okay, and so you teach?
The way
Pickleball?
pickleball works is when you're learning, the people that are more experienced, they always lend their time to show you how to play and show you the rules. So we always pay it forward. So when you get better and you see someone trying to learn, you just take your time out, you give them tips, show them how to play.
And can I ask another question? When you're on the pickleball court,
Yeah.
how long do you usually get the court for?
Well, most of them do it for like a 2-hour window.
So
But
4 people get a pickleball court.
no,
How
Well,
many people are, I have.
yeah.
I've
So if you
seen
have
it,
3
I
courts-
think it's great, but I just don't know.
okay, so you have, say you have 3 courts like Tilsonburg. So
Okay.
we would go with 6 people and we would just go in and out and play for however long.
What do you mean, no? You use the whole 3 sets of
No,
courts?
just one.
Oh, one.
And we
One
take
court.
turns sitting and we take turns playing.
And you would hold the court up for 2 hours?
Yes.
One group?
Yeah, yeah. Not all the time. Like, and in Tilsonburg's case, it's an open court. You could play as long as you want. You could play 4 hours, you could play 1 hour, right? So it all depends on the club.
The club?
Yeah, so.
Do you have to have a club to be able to do this? Not individuals can come?
So, okay, so Hamilton Pickleball, they have Hill Park courts. They have 12 courts.
Okay.
So then you have to go on an app and you play there. So they have the times that you play and you'll have level play. because all the players are rated. And then you have also open time where beginners will play with the more experienced players, and you just move them all around.
So a family can't come
Oh, yes, they can.
and just play pickleball?
Oh, absolutely. I've seen,
How do they get time if
Did
they're
you show
allotted?
up?
I think, Counselor Van Der Schuy, I think that would be up to how we book it
Oh.
through county
yeah,
staff.
they would
will-
just show up. There's the
But I'm
courts.
I'm asking questions because I want to know how other areas operate.
Sure.
Such a thing, and the timeline.
We
Like
can,
Tilsonburg, you just show up and play. So when we were there, we saw a mother and a daughter and a mother and a daughter. And then we saw like 4, I think they were 13 or 14-year-olds. And we let them come play with us, right? So I've seen all age groups playing. I played at my uncle's club. The guy was 93 years old. I couldn't believe it. He was playing at the advanced level, and he was 93.
Counselor Broughton, go ahead.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Martin. Rob, you say you play every day. Do you?
I don't play every day. I try to.
Oh, okay.
But my
Do
wife
you-
doesn't allow it.
Indoor or outdoor? Mainly.
We just went indoor because of the weather.
So all the outdoors pretty well shut down now?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's, in saying that, I do have a group of friends, they play all season. They don't go in at all.
What's Tilsonburg, indoor or outdoor?
This one would be in Hamilton, that they do that, but it's outdoor courts. They just shovel the snow, put a temporary net up and play.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob. Mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information. Counselor Columbus moves, seconded by Counselor Van Den Driesch. All in favor? Carried. We have one final deputation today, and that is Mr. Jim Dover for the Port Dover Harbor Marina Capital Plan. After this deputation, we'll take a break, and if you don't want to hang around for the budget, we'll let everyone clear out. 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Just a clarification, I wanted to thank staff for a few things. Is that going to eat into my time, or?
Maybe someone will ask you a question at the end that you can chime in with some extra
Okay, thank you very
commentary.
much. My name's Jim Dover. I'm Vice President of the Waterfront Association in Port Dover, and the purpose of our association is to advocate for the public's access to and enjoyment of Port Dover's waterfronts and waterway. The approximate 70-acre Port Dover Harbor Marina property provides access to about 1 kilometer of Lake Erie shoreline. Combined with the adjacent federally owned commercial fishing harbor and abandoned property to the west of the marina along the Lake Erie shoreline, there is the potential of a total of approximately 2 kilometers of waterfront pathway. The Port Dover Marina property is a significant recreational asset, one that would involve net lower operation and maintenance costs compared to other county-owned recreational facilities. It could be enjoyed by many, not just a few, as it is now, and it could provide a variety of recreational activities, not just one, as it is now. Yet that is not the vision of the capital plan. Unlike the Port Rowan Marina capital plan, which includes over $40,000 toward park improvements, all funding unrelated to the marina operation contained in the previous capital plans have been removed from this year's proposed capital budget. I'm referring to the $50,000 that was allocated to the construction of a pathway in 2029 and the $1.5 million that was allocated to the reconstruction of the commercial area in 2030. This latter project could have provided improved launching facilities for the sailing school, as well as small crafts such as kayaks and flatboards for the broader public. We understand the county is facing financial challenges. For that reason, we have provided you with a list of our revenue-generating ideas. This list has been developed in consultation with the people familiar with the marina operation. Some are significant. For example, we estimate that changes to winterboard storage practices could net as much as $90,000 annually before any increase in user fees is applied. We have listed other ideas as well. We have also listed many no-cost to low-cost initiatives that would improve the public's access and enjoyment of this harborfront property. I'd be pleased to answer any questions you have regarding these ideas. My final point is that we believe council should first decide on a vision for the marina property, not just the marina, before the governance structure for the marina is determined and before next year's capital budget is prepared. Before it's decided how you're going to do something, you need to know what, at a high level, you want to achieve. The Recreation Without Borders project and the Facilities Review and Master Plan project provide the opportunity for the community to input to the development of a vision for Port Dover and Port Rowan Harbor recreational activities and facilities. However, we've been told that the scope of the Recreation Without Borders project excludes consideration of waterfront activities. We don't understand the reason for this exclusion. The 2015 Recreation Master Plan included waterfront-related activities, and Engage Norfolk Recreation Without Borders project webpage stated that, quote, waterfront activities was within the scope of the project, end of quote. If we understand staff correctly, they've suggested that a separate master plan could be prepared exclusively for recreational waterfront activities and facilities at a later date.
1 minute remaining.
We're concerned that, in the meantime, financial decisions will be made based on recommendations contained in those two reports, and that no more funding will be available to waterfront recreational activities and facilities. This wouldn't be good for the county. Waterfront recreational activities and facilities could cost significantly less to operate and maintain, and provide a greater or equal benefit to more residents when compared to others recreational activities and facilities. The wrong financial decisions could be made. For this reason, we believe the master plan deadlines should be extended and scopes of these projects expanded. In conclusion, we're asking that staff develop a proposed vision for the marina property in consultation with the public for approval by council before a governance model is chosen and next year's capital budget is prepared.
Mr. Dover, you are out of time.
I have 3 more
And the
lines.
Scope of today's deputation should be related to the budget
And
not
those are the 3 that I'm
plans.
about to cover.
Any questions for Mr. Dover? Let's go by the rules. Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Madam Chair, is there any else, or are there any other thing that's pertinent to your
Thank you.
presentation?
Thank you. That we're asking also that the scope of the Recreation Without Borders project and Facilities Review and Master Plan be expanded to include consideration of waterfront activities and facilities, and that the public be provided the
Councillor
opportunity
Huffman?
to input.
Question, or did you? Okay.
I
Sorry.
was answering.
Yep, no,
Councillor.
please finish. You need to keep it to budget, not the scope of the projects, the rec master plan or the asset management plan,
Well,
please.
I do see these in all due respect, I do see these related because they drive the capital plan. And so we're asking for, and the public has not had the opportunity to input to these studies.
Sorry,
that-
Mr. Dover.
so that's why I'm
The
trying-
plan has public consultation, so if you could please just streamline, we can open it up for some questions. If you could please streamline your deputation so that everyone's consistent today to the capital budget.
The last ask then is that meaningful consideration be given to implementing in 2025 some of the revenue generator and no cost to low cost park improvement ideas contained in the handout we've provided. Thank you very much, and I'm here to answer any more questions.
Thank you. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my question would be, since we're talking budget and we're talking money, who would be paying for the expanded version of the Recreation Without Borders and the Project Facilities Review? Where's that money coming from?
Well, first of all, we don't consider it expanded.
No, you use the word expanded. I just want to know where the
That's-
money's going to come from.
I don't think there's any money necessary for it. You have a temporary employee that's currently doing the plan. We'd be sitting down with that temporary employee and inputting. so that those words can be included in the plan.
Any other questions? Okay, a mover and a seconder to receive Mr. Dover's deputation as information. Councillor Vanendrishi, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? Just a couple of comments before you pickleballers clear out. Thanks for joining us today. I can see that there is a bit of division amongst the community. I've been reading a lot of emails from you all, but I guess just a positive reminder that we're pretty lucky to be divided over a recreation amenity. It's a great thing to see you all here contributing to budget and participating with Norfolk County Council. So thank you all for coming. We're going to get into the budget a little bit later today, so we'll take your comments to heart and be sure to let you know. Thank you for joining us. Council, do you want to grab a 10-minute break, fill up your coffee cup while everyone clears out? Okay, let's return for 10:30.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the Planning Department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment, and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion, and the unique
Okay, let's resume. We have one presentation on the agenda today, and that is the 2025 to 2034 Levy Capital Plan. And let's hold our questions and comments to the end of the presentation for discussion. So 4.1, Financial Management and Planning presentation, over to Ms. Van Dyke.
Good morning, Mayor Martin and Council. Today's Budget Committee meeting is the second of the three budgets that Council will consider for 2025. First, the rate budget, which has already been approved, the capital budget and 10-year forecast, which is today, and in January, Council will consider the levy-supported operating budget. Thank you to everyone who has been involved in the capital budget process. The development of the 2025 capital budget and 10-year forecast has been a team effort, led by finance in collaboration with leaders and project managers across the corporation. The budget has been reviewed thoroughly by the senior leadership team, with revisions having been made and incorporated into the document you are considering today. I will now pass the discussion on to our treasurer, Ms. Fanning, to introduce the finance report.
Thank you, Heidi. And through the Mayor Ticket Committee, I'm happy to be here today and to introduce to you Jacob Graham, our Supervisor of Financial Initiatives and Planning, and Jared Carter, our Senior Financial Analyst. They're going to kick off this year's capital budget presentation for you.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Heidi. As Heidi alluded to, this is the second of three budgets in this year's budget cycle. So today, we're going to be presenting the proposed 2025 through 2034 levy capital plan, which encompasses levy-supported capital projects planned over the next 10 years. So I will start today by providing Budget Committee with an overview of some of the progress that's been made over the last year that's contributed to some of the financial improvements that we've realized on the levy side. I will then discuss the levy capital plan, looking at both the expenditures and how the capital plan is financed. And then Jared will cover infrastructure funding. He's going to look at reserve sufficiency and our debt outlook for the levy. And finally, we will hand it over to our treasurer to provide the closing remarks before heading into our capital plan review. There is one additional report for consideration on today's agenda, which is just related to some significant market pricing related to fire vehicle replacements, with 4 units coming in significantly over budget. To make sure that we're providing council with a fulsome overview, all of the impacts of the amendments within that report are accounted for in our tables, our presentations, our slides, and our ARL charts. Next slide, please. So before we really get into the levy capital plan, we wanted to just point out a few items which have made financing this year's capital plan a reality. As Budget Committee is aware, the county recorded a sizable surplus in 2023, with $10.48 million of that reallocated towards the funding of projects which were previously approved to be funded from debt. Every year, the question gets asked, why can't we return this back to the taxpayer to reduce the next year's levy requirements? Well, using surplus funds to reduce the debt burden accomplishes exactly this in a sustainable manner. If the county did not take this direction and instead went forward with the debt issuance at project completion, taxpayers would be on the hook for just under $1 million in debt servicing costs on an annual basis. Over a 20-year period, that's also an additional $5 million that the taxpayers would have had to be responsible for paying for. So what does this do with capital financing? By being able to avoid the servicing costs on the non-optimal use of debt, it allows more of our infrastructure funding allocation to be redirected towards reserve contributions, and where we're just starting to see the benefits of this compounding. Now, a lot of attention gets placed on budget amendments that we deal with throughout the year, and rightfully so. And it's often driven by tender pricing or project overruns. What's often overlooked is the fact that the county does have a team of project managers that put a ton of effort towards ensuring that we also have projects closed under budget. Budget committee may have noticed that finance always prepares a capital status report just months before a capital plan. What we're doing here is pushing departments for project closures to ensure that any unutilized capital financing is allocated to complete projects. This allows Jared and myself to rebalance our funding mix, essentially reducing requirements for additional debt. CSR reports presented to council in 2024 resulted in $7.59 million in levy capital financing to be reoptimized ahead of this year's capital plan. There have also been multiple reports brought forward in 2024 where we have been able to reduce the county's levy debt outlook through various funding swap recommendations. Although our focus on capital financing is obviously ramped up around this time of the year, our team's always looking for ways to reoptimize our capital financing. It's truly a year-round effort. This has knocked off another $6.45 million in debt, which was previously planned to be issued. So one area that we've also significantly increased our focus on for capital financing is grants. Unlike large municipalities, Norfolk doesn't have dedicated resources or staff to deal with grant applications and reporting. In the past, the county has had to use third-party grant writers, which take as much as 10% of the approved funding if successful. So we've made a sizable shift in priorities for our team, placing a significant amount of effort towards grant applications on the capital side. We're trying to build strong applications for every capital funding program wherever possible. Just for example, as of today, we have just under $10 million of active applications in the review stage. So are we going to hit every home run? Absolutely not. But we're looking to make sure that the county submits strong applications wherever possible. We're taking the time to swing for singles and hoping that the opportunities present themselves in the future. And the last item on this slide here relates to our OSIF funding, which I'd say is one of our greatest wins in the last couple of years. In 2023, the province announced changes to the formula on how the fund would be allocated across Ontario municipalities. An optional request for information was sent to all eligible municipalities to gather more information on the assumed replacement values of our core assets. So finance carefully reviewed the planned shift in the formula, which would place more focus on the municipal infrastructure burden per capita, which had the potential to significantly benefit the county, having such a vast asset portfolio and low population density. To ensure that Norfolk County's CRV allocation was properly calculated, Jared and I did a lot of work on determining our core asset CRV and completed this optional submission, which was also utilized throughout the completion of our 2023 asset management plan update. So the outcome of completing this RFI, as well as the change in the funding formula, was a 15% increase to the county's allocation for both 2024 and 2025. So looking at province-wide municipal comparators, quite honestly, we see that a lot of municipalities, finance teams, or asset management teams fell asleep at the wheel, not looking at this optional request as a critical item. The total fund size has actually decreased slightly over the last 3 years, and we've actually seen approximately 200 municipalities across the province lose up to 15% annually. We're doing our best to make sure that the county continues to get its fair share of federal and provincial dollars, and this is just one of those ways that we're trying to do that. So when we evaluate capital financing, all of these items on the slide here they play a vital role in allowing the levy reserve sufficiency and debt requirements to be presented as it is today. We're beginning to see some of the favorable trends on the levy. However, it's far too soon to take your foot off the gas, and Jared will get right to that. Next slide, please. Now, moving into the levy capital plan, we've prepared a quick slide with a few high-level points. So, beginning in 2025, our levy and rate capital plans have been presented separately and will continue to do so moving forward. $59 million in projects are being proposed today related to the 2025 levy capital budget, which is a slight decrease from the previous year. There are no additional requirements for debt being proposed for new projects in 2025 for both levy and rate capital budgets. And due to some of the prior wins mentioned, as well as increased planned contributions, we've been able to present a 10-year capital outlook that maintains our capital reserves in a positive position, and we're actually seeing declining debt requirements on the levy side in the short and medium term. Unfortunately, the 10-year outlook continues to grow year over year, making it increasingly difficult for our capital reserves to catch up in any meaningful way. When combining the rate and levy capital forecasts, the 2025 through 2034 capital planning period remains significant, well over $1.1 billion. And lastly, but most important, we're still dealing with reserve contributions being at an insufficient level to sustainably fund our levy capital outlook. Despite being in a much better position than previous years, we're only just starting to see the outcomes of increased contributions materialize. So moving into the document, I'll just provide a quick walkthrough here of how the 2025 through 2034 levy capital plan has been prepared, and provide an overview of today's meeting flow. So section one includes our preamble, which includes the message from the treasurer and supplemental information on capital budgeting. Section 2 includes our corporate services report, which is largely the focus of the presentation Jared and I have prepared for today. And section 3 includes the proposed 2025 through 2034 levy capital plan, which is where we will spend most of the day today going through a thorough review. As we move through sections 3A and 3B, discussing new incremental capital projects and studies, all of the 2025 capital projects have a capital business case prepared in section 4. We've set up the capital business cases in the same order of the projects, so we're hoping this will facilitate an efficient review today. And in section 5, Budget Committee will also notice that there's some additional information used to answer some of your questions. Included within this section, we've also itemized a key capital project list, which is typically selected by the project cost or sensitivity. When we go through section 3, if you see a star next to a project, there's a description of that project specifically in section 5. Also in section 5, we have a summary of Marina's capital projects. There's obviously been some sensitivity on the Marina's capital plan. We've itemized that in its own separate appendix, and there's a little bit of information on each of the projects provided there for council. And lastly, section 6 is just our capital reserve continuity schedules, which will be more than covered off by Jared in a moment. So there are 2 illustrations on the slide in front of council with information pulled directly from the report, which summarizes the breakdown of expenditures in the 10-year plan. The left summarizes the capital plan by division and the right by project type. So if council is going to take any information away from this slide, it should be that 72% of the capital outlook pertains to simply maintaining assets in a state of good repair, highlighted with the dark green section in the pie chart. With asset management plan workshops planned for 2025, this is where council will ultimately make service level changes by each asset type, which could significantly impact the project type mix and amount for future years. As we go through the review process today, Budget Committee will have the ability to adjust project timing just like any other year, but it will be through the service level setting workshops and decisions next year where long-term capital requirements and needs are established at the corporate level. SLT does a comprehensive review of our capital plan prior to this document being prepared. Obviously, the county has many competing priorities and requests from departments with limited financial capacity to entertain all requests. So the projects you see in front of council for approval today have undergone detailed reviews by SLT to ensure that they are only the highest priority projects that are brought forward to council each year. I'll also keep this slide fairly quick because it's pulled directly from our staff report. There have been a couple sizable adjustments in the levy capital plan, contributing to an increase of $75 million related to the levy capital projects over the next 10 years in comparison to last year's capital plan. The most material adjustments include significant plan changes to emergency services facility, which will be an area of focus within the facilities review. Significant project cost escalations related to major facility capital projects, and significant increases for the planned replacements of fire trucks, which is discussed later on in the report. And last slide from me here. This is just kind of looking at the funding mix of our capital plan. So this table highlights the proposed 10-year plan by funding source. Couple quick things to point out. So the second column represents the funding mix for the proposed 2025 capital budgets. As Budget Committee will notice, and as I alluded to earlier, there are no requirements for additional debt on new projects being proposed for this year. I won't lie, this caught us by surprise this year, as this is one of the this is far from the expectation at the time of budget guidance. Seeing the vast majority of our projects planned through capital reserves, it's an overdue but very welcome sight. And moving your eyes down to the far right column, you'll see that the total summary of the funding mix over the next 10 years, the county is still looking to take on approximately $130 million related to levy-related debt, or 19.1 of the capital plan. Just want to resurface though, the funding outlook on the rate capital budget included $108 million in debt for active capital projects, $188 million in debt for future year projects, and an additional $169 million in potential debt related to grants that we don't yet have confirmation on. We were only able to fund $62 million of rate-related capital projects through reserves. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Jared to really get into what I consider to be the most important of our presentation today, which is infrastructure funding.
Thank you, Jacob. Now that we've gone through the totals of what's in the plan, it's going to be my job to explain how we found enough money to actually pay for it this year. So as noted throughout Jacob's presentation, we're projecting a levy increase of 4% in January, solely related to infrastructure funding and mainly reserve contributions. We know that can be a tough look, so we're always looking for different ways to answer the question of why to contribute to reserves. Right now, we're contributing around $30 million annually, and we're recommending that increase to $36 million. But to answer the question of why we need to contribute more, we need to figure out how much we should be contributing in the first place. There's lots of ways to answer that question. In July, we helped quantify a gap of around $78 million, inclusive of water wastewater assets, that took a whole life cycle view through our asset management plan. Given the ongoing asset management work and to promote a high-level understanding, we've chosen to focus on a simpler methodology today, which is just taking our 10-year capital spend, subtracting the good funding sources like development charges and grants and donations, and then chopping that into 10 years. And what we found is that we should be contributing at least around $49 million a year, which you can see in the chart in front of you. As a percentage, if you look towards the pyramid, you can see our starting point is 61%. And if the recommendations on today's agenda are approved, we'll be moving on up the pyramid to 73%. In layman's terms, that basically means we're going to be funding more of our capital plan with good funding sources such as reserves. If you think about what your additional investment in reserves is going to be buying you this year, I would think about it like it has allowed the county to fund 12% more of the capital plan without having to take out debt and without having to reduce our service levels, which would be a win. However, as you can see at the top of the pyramid, there's still a grayed out portion. This represents the amount we still have to make up before we can get to the top and say we did it. So when we start planning for the future, you might ask, how much more are we going to have to continue contributing? If spending stays the same, then at this rate, it looks like it would take another 3 years or so of the 4% levy increases to reach the top. Alternatively, if you wanted to bite the bullet in a single year, it would look like around 14% next year solely related to reserves. Now, the caveat to all of this is that that's if spending stays the same. If spending increases, it could take longer than 3 years. And if spending decreases, then our existing contributions, the gray part of the pyramid, or sorry, the dark green part of the pyramid would fill up more of the pyramid and maybe all the way to the top. Technically, there's a scenario today where enough spending could be cut from the capital plan where we fill up the pyramid and we don't have to increase our reserve contributions whatsoever in January. However, that would take cutting around $200 million from the capital plan today, which is obviously unlikely. But for illustrative purposes, I hope that exemplifies that a mix of decreasing spending and increasing contributions is likely going to be the best way to reach the top of that pyramid. 2 other quick notes before I move on. You'll see a couple reserves contributions exceed their targets in the chart on the left. Not to worry, we do intentionally recommend that sometimes. If the commitments are heavily front-loaded, we will re-optimize those in a future year so that they're brought down to the target. And secondly, roads. Roads is our biggest service area, as you might imagine, and it's also our most efficient reserve. We are keeping those balances positive, though. It's just taking stopgap measures like using legacy fund interest and almost our full allocations of OSIF and CCBF funding to do so. So now that we know how much is going into reserves, the question is how much is coming out. In 2025, unfortunately, you can see by the table at the top, we're going to be withdrawing around $2 million more than what we're putting in. As you can imagine, with any savings account, you can't take out more money than you're putting in forever, or eventually you'll run out of money. So this is something we'll have to address, but we are still making progress this year. If you look down to the bottom of our chart, our reserve contributions compound over time. What this means is while we might be on a decreasing trajectory for the first 3 years or so, as our capital plan, like has been reiterated today, is quite front-loaded and heavily populated in the first 3 years, we decrease, but then all of a sudden you see us start to recover from 2028. By 2031, we've reached today's balances, and by the end of the 10-year period, we're projecting a nice, strong, increasing trend. That about wraps up my spiel on reserves. So on to the second component of infrastructure funding, which is debt. Starting with the totals, right now, or at the start of 2025, we're going to have $77 million of debt outstanding. $41 million of this is related to levy assets, with the rest related to water wastewater. You would have seen these exact same numbers in last month's rate budget deliberations. In 2025, we're forecasting we could issue up to $23 million in levy-related debt. This relates to projects that council has approved in a prior year's capital plan, but they remain pending and haven't been issued yet because they're still under construction. In comparison, Jacob mentioned earlier the same number on the rate side was $108 million, which I think exemplifies how little of a burden there is on the levy side and how much of a burden there is on the rate side. Fast forwarding 10 years, keeping that overall corporate perspective, council is going to need to wrap their heads around potentially having $400 million of debt outstanding. So those are the totals, but how does it affect taxpayers' bills? In 2025, we're going to ask taxpayers to fund repayments of $6.3 million for principal and interest that is already outstanding and we can't avoid at this point, plus up to $2 million for that pending, not yet issued debt I was talking about earlier. Usually we have a third column on the chart at the bottom, but you can see it is just zeros this year, which is great because as Jacob mentioned earlier, there may be debt scattered throughout the 10 years, but we're not recommending any new debt is needed next year to fund any of the projects for 2025. That's great because overall it brings us to a total of $8.3 million, and this is $1 million less than what we asked the taxpayers to repay last year. Moving on to how that affects our borrowing limits. Council, you're familiar with this chart for sure, but for the public, our annual repayment limit is a threshold legislated by the provincial government that says municipalities cannot let debt repayments exceed 25% of their revenues. A previous term of council established a lower threshold of 15%, which we've colloquially termed as the internal repayment limit, and that's represented by the red line on the graph. So in accordance with budget guidance, you can see by using the additional 4% towards infrastructure funding, we've been able to design a plan that does not breach the limit. However, there's not much room by 2033 as we peak at 14.8 of that 15% limit. Any material changes to our funding availability could result in it being breached at some point in the period. What I want to draw your attention to, however, is not that dark green line, it's actually the light green line at the bottom of the chart. This parallel path represents our levy progress in isolation. So what this means is if the county wasn't responsible for water or wastewater assets, or if we can imagine our water wastewater funding outlook was completely sustainable, then that line is the path that we would chart over the next 10 years. I would describe that as low and stable and leaving lots of capacity to potentially take a swing on some of the nicer to have projects that are hard to prioritize nowadays. Unfortunately, as you would have saw last month during the rate budget deliberations, this same chart was presented with a blue line representing our rate budget in isolation, which hovered around 40%. Basically, when you average these two lines out, that light blue line, which is not shown anymore, is dragging our light green line up into the dark green for our total outlook. So despite this being a levy presentation, I'm obviously harping on rate debt here, which might sound a bit weird, but what we want to try to get across is that even though only ratepayers are repaying rate-related debt, it is tying the hands of levy payers as well. The pictures are intertwined, and that's why we need to maintain a corporate perspective. The next slide is simply a recap of what we've talked about today from an infrastructure funding perspective. If today's recommendations are approved, the levy-supported operating budget will be presented in January, including a 4% increase that is solely related to infrastructure funding. This is made up of an increase to reserve contributions of $6 million, offset by a $1 million decrease in debt servicing costs, which equates exactly to the 4.000% impact, which was aligned with what Council approved at budget guidance in July. Overall, we would say this is great momentum for our capital financing. Anytime you can decrease debt servicing costs, it makes more room for reserve contributions. And then what we do with those reserve contributions is we look at what our debt-funded projects are, and instead of issuing the debt, we just swap them to reserves. What this does is it lowers our debt even more, making more room for reserve contributions, and as you can imagine, the cycle repeats. As those gears keep turning, like you see on the slides in front of you, that's how we make progress on financing our capital plan. Now, Council, I know we've been talking for a bit. I promise we're in the home stretch here. I'm going to ask you to take in the slide in front of you carefully for the next couple seconds because we're going to do something a bit interesting. We've tried our best to explain different ways today on why it's important to invest in reserves. You can see on the slide in front of you, it increases our total projection of balances, it improves our spending sufficiency, and all of our balances remain positive. All of this is due to that 4% we've talked about throughout the day. So to wrap up the presentation, before I hand it off to the treasurer, we wanted to answer the question of what would happen if we didn't increase the contributions. I've switched the slide in front of you, and you can see the picture is quite different. What you're seeing here is a scenario where last year's reserve contributions are held constant. We haven't changed anything else in this picture. All we did was take away that impact of the 4% we've talked about throughout the day. So it's Council's prerogative on how much they want to invest in reserves. You can always keep it at 0%, you can do 4%, you can do somewhere in between, or you can do more. But ultimately, every decision has a trade-off. And the trade-off in this case of doing a hypothetical scenario 0% would be negative cumulative reserve balances again as soon as 2027, 6 of our most major reserves left in the red, no progress on our spending sufficiency, and a hole of $37 million by the end of the period. Now remember, what you're seeing right now isn't our actual outlook, that was on the last slide, but for illustrative purposes, we wanted to provide this because we're hoping it acts as another creative way to exemplify how the tricky concept of reserve contributions work and show a before and after, which may be helpful to show taxpayers as well. It's a before and after of exactly how spending an increase of taxes on reserves is going to better the county over the next decade. It also provides a reminder of just how little wiggle room we're working with here. So that wraps up what I'm going to say today, and Amy's going to take us home.
Thank you, Jacob and Jared. Although there are a number of positives to be seen in this budget, as we've alluded to, I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to provide some cautionary advice. Not that that's going to come as a surprise to anyone in the room. While sufficiency has improved, we are still forecasting a 27% gap. And when this is an annual number based on a nearly $50 million target, that gap is still significant. We've discussed this morning that in 2025 there is a net outflow of funds from reserves, and we are still forecasting that between levy and rate capital plans, we will take on nearly $400 million in debt over the next 10 years. And a big chunk, most of that burden in fact, is going to be borne by roughly half of our population. Lastly, we saw on the slide immediately previous to this one what happens if we do not continue with increased reserve contributions. Reserve balances dip into the red in 2027. And again, as Jared has already said, this demonstrates just how thin that line is between improved sufficiency and negative reserves. We don't have a lot of flexibility in those balances or room to play with unforeseen circumstances that come up. Financial improvement, particularly in the municipal world, doesn't happen overnight. It is slow and steady work. And outside of a few of us sitting here, it probably isn't enjoyable work. While I typically provide messaging with a fairly dark tone, I do want to congratulate and thank Council for sticking with us on this journey and continuing to make difficult decisions, because we are starting to see that there is in fact light at the end of the tunnel. As we move forward, a number of key priorities continue shaping our financial picture in 2025. With billions of dollars in funding already announced for 2025, we will continue to do our best to seize the capital funding opportunities which directly lower the burden on Norfolk County's residents. If approved today, staff will commence a revised development background charges study to improve the revenues that the county can use for growth-related projects. A new rate study will also begin in 2025, including an investigation of new stormwater revenues that can help to offset some of those new costs that you'll see in your budget binders today. Finally, work on the 2025 compliance update for the asset management plan will result in council gaining more control over the levy increases that arise from capital spending. And service level targets will be set, and a timeline for closing any prevailing infrastructure gap will be established. Essentially, we will be further quantifying and considering options to finance that top third of the pyramid that we saw on the earlier slide. That's all coming in 2025. But for immediate next steps today, following the presentation and just a couple more points here, we'll take the questions that the committee may have and hand things back over to the chair. And then the mayor will lead you through a page-by-page review of the projects in the capital plan. At the end of the day, updated resolutions will be provided for Budget Committee to approve the 2025 levy capital budget. Once ratified by council, departments will be able to commence tendering on those projects immediately. The rest of the 10-year forecast will also be approved in principle by Budget Committee today, and that signifies your commitment to review those priorities in a future year. Lastly, because we need funding from the operating budget to deliver this capital plan, we're asking for a council-approved initiative to lock in the infrastructure funding allocation that will form part of the levy impact in the operating budget deliberations in January. And last slide, and then we'll turn things back over to the chair and be happy to take any questions that committee may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions about the presentation? Councillor Berry.
Thank you. Through the mayor to, I think it was Jacob that said it. You said earlier, I'm trying to get as close to exactly what you said as possible. So on the capital plan expenditures slide, you were talking about highest priority projects come forward. And I guess, could you just explain for anybody who is watching, what determines a priority level of the projects that are coming forward for funding?
Thanks for the question, and through the chair. There's a section in this is for the public. At the front of the budget document, there's a budget process, kind of walks through how a capital plan is prepared. Essentially, our departments countywide submit requests, and we perform a preliminary capital budget, which is far different from what gets presented today. So a vital step in between that is we go through the SLT review stage, and SLT will do a line-by-line review to make sure every project is of utmost priority, aligned with council's strategic priorities. It works from the funding perspective. It's not an unrealistic ask. So we do a line-by-line review. Community input is always one of the additional considerations for what gets brought forward. If there's a lot of attention on certain items, those kind of changes are made at the SLT stage as well. So it's a corporate outlook, thorough review process. So the projects that are brought forward for proposal in 2025 they align with the priorities, and it's a key project.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, just because, again, not everyone's going to read it, but they might watch the video, so thank you for that. And sorry, and my other question, I guess, is, Jared, you had a couple of slides in here for illustrative purposes, which is great and much appreciated, and it will be helpful to explain, with a picture, why these recommendations are coming forward. So for illustrative purposes, sorry, you've landed on 4%, or we've landed on 4%. What would, for illustrative purposes, an extra 1% look like, hypothetically? Like, what if it was 5, not 4? Or what if it was a different number? Like, how much does 1% change this projection either way is sort of what I'm getting at here.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. It's interesting, we prepared downside scenarios, we didn't prepare an upside scenario. 1% of the levy is approximately 1.28 million. So 1.28 million in 2025 is really, when we're taking a 10-year view, it's 12.8 million over the 10 years. I can think off the top of my head, a key service area, marinas, currently has $12.5 million worth of debt in the plan. So I think if we could count on an additional 1% today, you would likely see maybe not those exact 3 projects, but something in the realm of those 3 projects that would be able to be swapped to reserves. The impacts of that, there's a couple. In those future years, we're going to be saving taxpayer dollars, aka future levy increases, because we're not going to be asking them to pay for interest, which is costly. We're going to be able to finance that sustainably with our reserves. Secondly, it's going to decrease our ARL, the annual repayment limit slide, which I can bring back up. As you can see, that peaks at 14.8%, which I've mentioned throughout the presentation. The math is a bit complex to do in my head. The point is, it would be going downwards, which is positive because we know we have considerable pressures. As Jacob mentioned, we're also counting on certain government grants to come through for IUWS. In a scenario where those don't come through, theoretically, we need some sort of other financing to complete that project. If that happens to be debt, then, well, we don't really have the capacity. So it's always great if we can decrease our ARL projection.
My last question right now is on the pyramid. How would that change the pyramid? Because that's maybe the easiest visual representation of what you have here. So I recognize that the gray would get smaller, but do you have a sense of how much smaller the gray would get with each additional percentage? Or if we removed each additional percentage, how much bigger the gray gets? Roughly? I mean, I know you can't do it exactly, but.
Yeah, good question. It's going to be roughly 3%, I would imagine. If our levy increase of 6 million to reserves is getting us an additional 12% over the period, which is the light gray banner in the pyramid, I would imagine it's going to be an additional 3% of that.
Okay, and so thanks, and I understand why you didn't do the, you didn't say worst case, you said, what'd you call it?
Upside scenario.
Upside scenario. So I understand why you didn't do that, but that might be something down the road to consider, is just give us a sense of how good it could be, not just how bad we're trying to make it not.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Brunton, then Columbus.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Could you go to page 10? I'll get my page 10 here. I had it a minute ago. I just want to get clarification for myself. Maybe the rest of council are in tune. Okay, we're at 77 million in debt now, but in the bottom there where you say 6.2 and 2.0, that is pre-24 or 24 and back, right? That has not been issued, am I right? Or
yeah.
No?
Through the chair.
A total of 8?
Through the chair, yeah, so you're correct. The top table represents our total that's outstanding. The bottom table shows what we're going to be repaying in 2025. So your question of the 6.2, yes, that relates to what's already outstanding.
Right. And a 2.028, that's,
The 2.08 is relating to debt that may be issued next year, and thus the repayments might start next year.
okay, I understand you say nothing in 25, but, so we're going to add, if I'm correct here, 8.3 to 77.5 at some point. Is that safe to say, or am I off base on that?
Through the chair, you're close. So that's actually, it's effectively, that's what's going to be subtracted from the 77. Those are the repayments, so that's what is bringing it down.
Okay, and so, but there's no, there's projects that are outstanding yet that haven't been added.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And how, so what is the total of those?
He's
6?
asking if those projects are included in the 77
Yeah.
or what the
Yeah,
value is
okay.
on top of the 77.
So through the chair, it's on top of the 77. The value of those projects is 23 million. It is in the top chart, row 2, with the asterisk beside it. Those 23 million projects are made up of the 4 dressing rooms that we have going on, the 3 fire trucks we'll see in the staff report after the capital plan review today, a handful of drains, and the remaining soil remediation at the garage.
So that total will bring us around 100 and change, correct, in debt?
Yes.
And what do you anticipate? I think the last debenture we did was 4.2 something, am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The last 2022 was 4.36%. 2023 was 4.95%. What we're seeing right now is rates hovering just above 4%. By the time the project's complete and we get to this issuance, it's looking like the Bank of Canada may drop their policy rate down even farther. So we're hoping that if we do come across an issuance in 2025, that it's going to be below the 4% mark.
Okay. And my last comment, if I may, and when you refer all, and I understand what you're trying to do, and I don't disagree with it, but when you say we're putting reserves out, reserves are our tax dollars, correct?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you.
If it assists for council on page 10 of the budget document, under active levy, capital 2024 and prior, it gives you exact breakdowns there, Councillor Breton, on those figures for the dressing rooms, for Colburn Street, and so on. Page 10, active levy capital. Councillor Columbus, yes, in the big binder.
Just wanted to extend commendations to Norfolk's finance team. You've obviously put a great deal of serious thought into delivering this message. My question is with respect to the 2024, what is your expectation of our surplus? I know we're getting close to the end of the year. Any projections?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, apologies for the brief delay there. I was trying to recall what we presented in our variance report. I believe it was around 6 to 7 million off the top of my head, and we haven't seen anything drastically different since that came forward. So I suspect, at this point in time at least, that it's still in that neighborhood. Though there's a lot of unknowns still as we come forward to the end of the year.
Hopefully, we won't get any big surprises. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Van Passen?
Trying to figure out the question part here, but I go through 10-year capital budget and I see an awful lot of placeholders down the road. And I'm almost wondering that maybe we should wrap council's own knuckles to say that we take too long to make decisions on certain things. We've had some issues come up lately, and I'll use the example of the Marburg Bridge that was closed in 2010. In between a couple of solutions that no cost to the taxpayer came around that nobody acted on, and now we find ourselves where we're stuck for $500,000 or more to do something about something that should have been done in 2011. I look in the capital budget, 4 years ago that we closed down the Teeterville Museum. There's still repairs in the buildings there out to 2030. You know, we're going to put in a new roof and new HVAC system because there's been no clear direction to the staff on what council plans for the future of those buildings. And I can probably rattle off a whole lot more of the same thing, that council needs to step up, make decisions sooner, so either we have real numbers in that 10-year capital budget, or we get them off the books and eliminate it and get some real numbers that way. So I guess the question to staff, am I totally out of base with those concepts, or can you straighten me out and tell me why I'm wrong?
Thanks for the question. Through the chair. I can speak specifically to the facilities placeholder, which we have an appendix tied to. So essentially, that was created immediately following the completion of our building condition assessment work that Michael and Bill did in 2023. Essentially, we got hundreds of capital projects sent our way. Essentially, is how do we work this into the capital plan? We can't manage that within FMW, and there's also a lot of projects that aren't likely going to move forward. There could very well be a situation where there are placeholders that are existing on county-owned facilities that may no longer end up having to be required because of outcomes of the facilities review and that kind of stuff. So I think one of the outcomes of the facilities review, and we have that firm direction on what the plan is, you should see a lot of those come out. So any you can call it fluff, anything that's in the budget right now that wouldn't actually be acted on will be updated ahead of the 2026 capital budget. Placeholders are important for us from the financing perspective, so we can properly plan for something that might happen. But if there are projects that are included in placeholders that won't happen, they'll be out of the budget for next year.
I think that got my answer.
Any other questions? Okay, I have a couple. I too want to thank staff. This is another really great budget and commend you on the work that you've done to have a zero debt year. I also really enjoyed the last slide showing, how quickly the work can be undone by not making our reserve contributions. So the last 5 years, it's been pretty substantial increases for the taxpayers of Norfolk County. And by changing that in 1 year, there's a significant impact and the work could easily be undone. So it does demonstrate why it's important to continue. I appreciate that visual. My questions are, I would like some clarification around a couple things. So we know through the asset management plan, we learned that there was a $78 million shortfall that we weren't able to pay for out of our own source funding. And if in a perfect world, we'd be putting away an additional $78 million annually. And here, I don't know if it's in the report or the presentation, you spoke about the $49 million a year. Is that because we've moved the water capital projects over and the 78 still stands, but because our budget is broken up differently, we're calling it 49 now, or have I misunderstood?
Through the chair, the water, wastewater, separating that out definitely is part of it. If we repeated the same exercise on the budget from October, that would have accounted for another large chunk, let's just say. With that said, there is another component. It's not that one number is right and the other is wrong. They represent slightly different things, and we appreciate you latching on to that 78 million because it represents that we need to take a longer term view than just the 10 years. Sometimes it can feel like already a stretch to forecast out 10 years, but ultimately, if these 10 years are a high period of spending or a low period of spending, we need to be cognizant of that. And so I think the way to think about the $78 million is all of our assets, including water, wastewater. If we need to keep them in a good condition for all of infinity, our ideal target at this point that we can quantify would be that 78 million. The number that we've chosen to run with today, which maybe has caused confusion, we were hoping it would be a bit simpler to break down, but that $49 million number is simply the exact budget binder you have in front of you. That's what would be needed to basically take out all of the non-owned source revenues.
And then you speak about 76% to the reserves. So is that remainder the 49 million? that we're not funding? Or what's the dollar value associated with the extra?
Through the chair, so the dollar value associated with the extra is around 13 million for the levy side only. Like I said, the rate side would be considerably more. On slide 8, that's what the chart represents. Second column there is what we're proposing to do, 36 million. Target 49 million, so the gap that you're getting at is 13 million. Annually, that is, obviously.
Okay. I'm kind of struggling a little bit with how we're going to present that moving forward, because I don't want to contradict ourselves and I don't want it to be inconsistent. If $78 million is the figure and it's not going to show in this budget because we've separated out the items, that's fine, but I don't want to use the $49 million figure if it's not capturing the full dollar value. Yeah, Jacob?
Through the chair, I agree. We're in the, actually just had a meeting with asset management earlier this week. There's another one coming. There's steps being made right now to get to that next step, which is the finance strategy. So we don't have essentially these numbers presented with asset management plan numbers to a T presented to council yet. When that financing strategy comes forward to council in 2025, you won't see this iteration done anymore, looking just at the 10-year. We're going to be looking at the longer term outlook. So as soon as that asset management plan finance strategy is brought forward, you will have a firm number, and that number will stay using asset management plan numbers moving forward. This is just, in the absence of finance strategy, completely done with final asset management numbers. The best that we can provide for illustrative purposes is what's in the capital plan.
Okay, great. Councillor Banadrishi, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thanks for the presentation. Of course, it's always important. My concern is over the statement you made. It was over the funding issue, and we go back to page 2 when we talk about grants, and you indicated that we use a third party. We have used a third party to write our grant applications, and now we're trying to do it in-house. Is that what the indication is? And with that, do you feel that we have lost opportunity or are going to gain opportunity?
Through the chair, that's correct. And Norfolk's not alone in that. Like, I think there's a business model for grant writers and they get a lot of business. But something that I've noticed personally, is a lot of time grant writers don't like swinging for the singles and the smaller programs, and they come out when there's a big stream, hey, there's an opportunity here. When you're working on a commission-based like compensation platform, they don't care about the small ones. So what we're trying to focus on is going for every single small one as well. And on the big ones, I think we know Norfolk better than the grant writers do. So we're trying to get actual applications that are better reflective of the actual situation here. So I would say it's going to benefit the county.
Thank you. Do you feel you have resources capable of doing that? Or are you going to have to reallocate people, or how is that going to work? Because it is vital and important, because for every penny you save, you're going to save those dollars as well. So,
through the chair, and thank you for that question. That's an important one. So we found that when we're working with external grant writers, there's still a significant amount of staff time involved. We're still having to provide information and vouch information and track things and do a lot of the work. And so it really wasn't saving us a ton of staff time. So I do believe that we're able to readjust some of our priorities to make sure that we can commit the marginal amount of difference that's required to see these things through. So I think we have adequate resources to do some better work for the county.
Well, I'm extremely pleased to hear that. Thank you very much.
Which is a good segue to one of my other questions. So confirmation, there is $10 million in outstanding projects you've applied for that we haven't heard back from?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Great. Really, really great work.
Just short of it, not quite 10.
Okay. Councillor Brunton.
You say there's 10 million, so if you got that, does that reduce to 24 that you're looking at? Am I clear on that or no?
Through the chair, so no, yes and no, actually. So the way, typically, I'll just kind of a scenario with 3 projects. 2 of them are reserve funded, 1 of them's debt funded, and 1 of them has a grant application for it. So if we get grants, now we can fund that 3rd project from reserves. So there obviously is a trickle down effect. As soon as you have more external funding brought into your funding mix, you can use your own funding to reduce your debt requirements. So that's essentially the way that we look at it.
What's the best case scenario to reduce 24 million?
Through the chair, more grants.
Okay, one of the things that I'm interested in, and it might be too early to ask this, I know we're going to get into a lot of asset management and service level, discussions, but I've noted that you said through the Legacy Fund, CCF, and OSIF, all of those dollars are going into the roads reserve. But I also recall, I don't remember the numbers, in the asset management plan, our roads are in excellent to good condition compared to a lot of other communities. So when we get into the asset management discussion, or whenever it's appropriate, I would be really interested in having you guys crunch some numbers and create some different scenarios where there is potentially less dollars spent on capital road projects, reducing that service level, and still making contributions to the reserve, but looking at reallocating OSIF legacy dollars, CCF dollars, potentially to water, to reduce that debt load. So it might not be something you can speak to today, but with 3 major alternate funding sources that are not associated to the levy going directly to the roads reserve, when we know that those assets are in excellent to good condition, it's time to review the service level on that. And I'd like to see where it can impact us the most, which I'm assuming is going to be debt. So I don't know if you have a comment to that, but I'd like to get into that.
And through the chair, yeah, those are excellent comments, and that's certainly something that we'll look to be doing as we get to various asset classes and service levels come forward. I think part of that exercise, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Grice if he wants to comment as well, but I think part of that exercise will be to look at each class of asset and the service levels and what impact does it have to change that service level. So I think with roads, the example you gave, it was a pavement condition index that we were looking at. So if we were to increase that or decrease that, there's a financial impact, but there's also an operational impact. So we'd be looking to present financial scenarios, and Andrew and his team would be looking to speak to it from an operational lens.
Do you want to make any comments or save it for?
Sure, through the chair, just very quickly. So we are going through our asset management workshops right now. So we're meeting as a staff group, for example, tomorrow to talk about water and wastewater. We're doing that ahead of the scheduled councillor workshops coming up in December. So that we can present different scenarios to you. And I don't know if it'll be as real time as the mayor wants in terms of being able to give numbers, but we're going to try and do our best to say, if we take $2 million out of this pot, put it into this pot, what does that do to the long-term plan? So that is our intent, and that is why we're doing our workshops at a staff level now, so that we're prepared to run different scenarios by council at the workshop on the 13th.
Very interested in that. And on a high level, what is the CCF contribution dollar value? Like if we take the low end on the OSIF, 4.8 million, I believe it's 2 million off the legacy. So safe to say we're making a $7 million contribution if we took, if we took 2 off, if we took 4 off, what does that look like and how would that impact our debt?
Through the chair, we're just quickly pulling up some numbers here.
Okay, yeah, take your time. Councillor Van Passen has a question. Oh, go ahead, Jacob, sorry.
Through the chair, sorry about that. So our expected inflow from CCBF for 2025 is $4.26 million.
Wow, so it's significantly more. So we could be putting 10 million annually into the roads reserve just from alternate funding sources that are not on the levy with excellent road conditions. We can shave some of that. So yeah, I'd be really interested in a tiered approach, what the impact would be to reallocating those dollars to offset some of the debt for water, wastewater, because you hear from council quite a bit that they're not interested in having the levy payers pay for the rate system. This is an alternate source that wouldn't impact in the same way. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I thought it was understanding some of the stuff. Now you got me confused again. But the chart that's up on the screen right now, if I understand it right, to do what is in this book, we are putting 36.4 million into reserves, but we should be putting 49 in there. So we're 13 million short. 11 million of that we are short in the road reserve. So, and now you want to find ways to not put as much into that road reserve, or like that's the biggest problem right there. So,
No, I still want to contribute to the road reserve, but we know that we're going to have to review our service levels with our asset management plan, and that report has documented that that road reserve, or that those assets are in excellent to good, mostly condition. So what if we go through and we just prioritize the ones in fair condition to low, and we take some of these roads out of the plan, or change the service level on the maintenance of them?
well, like I said this before, when they presented that report, I drive on all the wrong roads then, because I'm still looking for those good to fair condition ones. But those kind of things we should be doing across the board, both today and in January, is reevaluating the service levels on everything. That, do we need to be where we are? I know everybody wants it better, but can we afford to do that? And so I think we're going to have long days in January dealing with all of the service levels on all departments. So.
Councillor Breton.
I'd like to comment on that. I think, I look at it, you say our road system is very good or whatever, but let's take this example right outside here on West Street. The road is in pretty good shape, but if you got to tear up the water and sewer on that road, and you say the road isn't, normally the road would be charged to the road budget and the water and sewer to the water and sewer budget, but maybe we should look at it a different way and say, okay, because we had to dig up the water and sewer, let's charge the road that was in good shape to the water and sewer budget. That's another option, is it not?
Councillor Van Passen, if we're kind of debating something that's not
Councillor
relevant
brought
right
up West Street here, that's what, 2 blocks or 3 little blocks? I think the budget in that's $5 million to get that little piece of the road done. You know, we've been working on it for 2 years. I got one side done on the other side. You go through a little farther to all of the rural roads in Norfolk County that, every once in a while get some tar and chip. The budget for the rest of Norfolk County is about $2.5 million. Put it into context. We've got that project and about 10 more in the urban areas at $5 million and $3 million and two. But all the thousands of kilometers of rural roads gets 2.5. That's that equity that we always talk about, right?
Okay, this is all relevant for the asset management service plan conversation. I don't think we need to kick that can around anymore. My last question, I guess I want to draw attention to, I was really interested because to hear about the 77 projects, about $7 million that were shuffled around. I know some of that's because of recreation, but again, I guess it's more of a comment. I want to commend staff because regularly we hear from the public about not reviewing our budgets, not reviewing our service levels, having too much staff doing this, that, and the other, and not focusing on this, not looking at the revenue. And this budget shows no debt, minimal work, only essentials going on. It shows significant amount of grant dollars, and it shows a full review of the budget that staff completed comprehensively, juggling 77 projects with over $7 million that altered this year's budget. So thank you for that. It's a great example to show the public that this type of thing happens each and every year, and that you're always taking a look at what's coming our way. Are there any further questions from council? Okay. Okay, let's take a lunch break until 12:30, and then we will get in to the page-by-page sections.
geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation / Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing / Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, "Through the mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the chair." Then, clearly state your name and address and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying through the mayor or through the chair to councillor and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000-pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations welcoming about 27,000 customers every year and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking at any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You you can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, "Through the mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the chair." Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, "Through the mayor," or "Through the chair" to councillor and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Okay, welcome back. Before we jump into the capital plan, I'll make a few remarks and then I'll open it up for any questions on the actual staff report. The levy plan is before all of council to budget committee today, and it's not just a plan for 2025, it's certainly something that sets out our goals and our direction for the community and how it will look and feel over the next 10 years. This document includes major repairs to core infrastructure, such as our roads, bridges, life cycle replacement of the vehicles and the equipment needed to keep the county running, and upgrades to community assets, like arenas and parks that we heard about this morning. As much as we need to look ahead, this is a time to reflect on what we are building for our community and certainly celebrate the progress. We heard this morning that the county has secured millions of dollars in grants over the last year, which is unprecedented. So I'd like to thank staff and council for that. We know that the reserve sufficiency is improving, but the work is not done yet. We know that the operating surpluses over the last 2 years have helped to avoid $15 million or more of debt, as we previously had planned to use. And although the forecast still has some debt, we won't see any debt-funded projects recommended for 2025, which has not happened in the entire 6 years I've been here, but I don't know how long before that. So a huge, huge accomplishment. It's significant investments in the levy reserves and debt limitations that have left us in limitations on debt that have left us in a better place. Our finance team is telling us that they're mostly happy with the levy capital plan in front of us, which has not been the messaging for some years. However, we're still not left with much wiggle room for additions or unexpected amendments to the budget. And we are still withdrawing more from our reserves than what we are putting away over the next several years. Overall, the separation from the capital wastewater side has painted a prettier picture, but it's not a perfect one. And council set a strategic priority of maintaining a long-term plan that is realistic, affordable, and sustainable. So we need to remember whatever we approve today will go on top of $300 million in projects that are already on the go and $400 million approved in principle throughout October's rate budget. So with that, I would like to start by opening it up to questions of council on the report CS 24-162. Is there anything that jumped out there that you'd like to ask about before we go line by line? Councillor Breton. Page 9, and can you turn your microphone on, please?
I just wanted to make a comment about the fire issue, and I know that report's coming later on, but I remember, I don't know if council recalls seeing in the communications from other municipalities about trying to extend the life of fire trucks. And to me, that's a very important issue if it happens. Anyways, thank you.
Yep, we'll pick that up on the next report. And I apologize, council, you can also ask any questions about the preamble as well before page 9. Okay, shall we begin? Let's do it. We have a high-level overview on section 3. Did I skip a section here? Yes. Corporate Services report in section 2. We've done that. Section 3, proposed 2024-2033 capital plan. The first 3 pages is a summary of each year by division, project type, and then funding source. We can begin with questions for that section, page 19 to 21. While council's flipping through, I wanted to again commend staff on breaking down the replacement and rehab costs and the new incremental. That was really interesting and helpful to see, to know that in 2025 there's 3.5 million for new incremental capital and 51.8 million in just replacements and rehab. So it speaks to some of those charts that we saw in the presentation, but very helpful to see the numbers broken down. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to go back to that page 9. I know we've passed by it, but I just want to mention that one of the things I'm pleased to see is that our staff have recognized the fact that our previous decisions by council have actually improved our financial position. References that decisions that we've made over the last several years have improved our financial position, and it references especially for those levy-funded service areas that I think you had mentioned earlier before our break. Thank you.
Okay, if there aren't any questions for the first few pages, let's go to section 3A, which is the new incremental capital. And that starts on page 23. Councillor Van Passen.
I have a few of these during the course of today, Madam Mayor, but the first one is on page 23. We have, I'm talking about the whole 10-year part of it, right? So we have a new Simcoe Fire Hall at $15.5 million and a new paramedic base at $17.5 million. What is the intent of that? Are they going to be rebuilt? Like, is the fire hall going to be rebuilt in the same location, or are we going to be looking for a new place? Because if we're looking for a new place, I don't see anything in the budget to find that new place. So if staff could enlighten me a bit on the concepts behind that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can certainly start, and we've got EMS chief and our fire chief on the line as well if they feel that they need to clarify. So the intent right now is that these are placeholders. We know that those are facilities that are deteriorating. They're going to require we're going to require new fire stations, new EMS stations. What we're hoping is that in 2025, when our facilities master plan is in front of council, including a location study, that we will then be in a better position to identify exactly where fire stations and EMS stations, and where possible to have them grouped together and coupled together, so that we can have some additional operating and efficiencies. So they are placeholders right now. Once we've got all of that information in front of council, council will then give us some direction on how you'd like to proceed based on the recommendations coming forward from those master plans, and then we will budget accordingly and make sure that we can afford what we need to do.
I can see Chief Hobson turned on his camera. Do you want to provide any comments, or you're just available?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So the paramedic, you'll see there that we've got the satellite paramedic base multifunction station in addition to the Simcoe station. So the multifunction station is designed to be a mega station, is kind of the term that's being utilized. So that's for headquarters, stock, storage, training facility, and then that would be the pieces that go on there. The actual Simcoe paramedic service attachment would be attached to the fire hall that would be being proposed, their fire station number 1. And it's just a much smaller version, smaller scale than what we even have at Culver currently.
Councillor Van Passen, then Huffman.
Well, just to follow up to that, what I'm hoping for is that it doesn't get into the, what do they call it, the silo effect, that it's only looked at from one perspective. I hope that it's looked at a larger sort of lens, that, you know, is there potential to site these in a different location, because there's great potential on the existing site to sell that again for residential development, tie it with the lands that we own across the road along the river that could be used for parking for a residential development, and look at the big picture in the scheme of things, rather than only looking for a small parcel to put a fire hall on, or a small parcel to put a paramedic thing on. Let's look at the big picture and have some long-term vision on it. So.
Great. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you to staff, I guess. I'm looking at this and looking at under paramedic services and looking at the placeholders. Unfortunately, I don't see anything in Waterford. And as far as I know, we still don't have sufficient space for our paramedics. And as we know, with our urban boundary expansion, Waterford, and the infill intensification that we have happening, our community is growing significantly. So I'm just wondering if someone can speak to how Waterford got left off the list.
Chief Hobson?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So Waterford was left off the list. This was looked at a while ago, and you would have seen it in previous budget. So this is just off the list until the pending facilities review is completed and finalized. And from there, we would then determine the best location, as Al mentioned.
So through you, Chair Martin, so it doesn't make sense to put in a placeholder for it and until the facilities review is done? I'm confused by that.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, you'll notice that the multifunction station doesn't have a location, and that would be the possibility of that as well.
Okay, I was hoping to hear that answer. All right, thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I got a few questions with respect to page 24.
Can we just, wrap up on 23 first and move ahead?
Okay.
And just a note for you all, staff have added a green or a star in the margin to some of the projects, and they are highlighted later in the appendices at the back of the book. So they're kind of new or noteworthy projects for your consideration. Final call on page 23. Councillor Columbus.
Yes, page 24. There's a number of new pedestrian crossings. And I hope that we get more information on where these will be located so we don't run into what happened last year ahead of time. Just a comment. And then Crozier Street under engineering looks from Gibraltar to Main Street, 1.428 million. I live within 400 feet of Crozier Street, and the surface looks quite good. I know it's mentioned later on in the report, but can we get some idea of the scope of work that's going to take place? And if there's a developer involved, are they going to be paying for a good share of the development if that's why we're upgrading Crozier Street?
Certainly through the chair, I can start off, and Mr. Lambert's here as well to fill in any details if required. First question about pedestrian crossovers. So yes, what you see in here are really placeholders at this point. We know we have ongoing requests through the Road Safety Committee, and before any of those are installed, they will make their way to council for approval. We just know they're coming, so we want to make sure we identify capital dollars for them in our plan. As for the Crozier Street work, this is being coordinated with the development in the area. So they are required to replace the road and I think they have to upgrade their stormwater system to meet their needs. We are taking this opportunity to upgrade our water system, just coordinating our efforts so we can minimize the cost to our residents. So we are paying for a portion of that, but the developer is responsible for a large chunk as well.
562,000.
So would that be two developers or one developer?
Through the chair, that's being split by both the developments there, so the Gardens of Delhi as well as the smaller Banstead development.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. On page 24, the St. John's Road, Coxsett Road, and Blue Line Road. Yes, we did ask staff to get us some prices on what it would cost to change those intersections. Now we've got a cost in there at $4 million, but I am still pretty convinced that there's absolutely nothing wrong with those intersections. And there is no need to change and put stoplights or roundabouts on what is a perfectly safe and normal intersection on a major arterial road. And again, until the province of Ontario decides that there should be stoplights at Highway 6 and St. John's Road, I see absolutely no need to budget $4 million to change those intersections at all. So I'm wondering if staff could comment on that, and maybe we can pull that out of the budget completely, or at least put it down the road for 10 years, not in 2026.
Councillor Michele, similar topic?
Yes, actually, Mayor Martin, I totally concur with Councillor Van Passen. Just happens that during the course of this particular week, I've driven that road 3 times, each time, taking a very careful look at these items as possibilities, and I totally agree. I think we can take that money out.
Okay, let's go over to staff, and then I will go to you, Councillor Brunton.
So through the chair, what you have in here again is it's not as much of a placeholder as I guess technically it is a placeholder. We still owe you a report on what the outcome of our review is going to be. That is scheduled to come to council very early in the new year, I believe. I would agree with you, Councillor Van Passen. We don't believe that we are going to need the entirety of this budget. When this was originally developed, we were looking at all options, whether they be roundabouts, traffic lights, or other minor improvements. We are probably landing more in the minor improvements realm. and that budget could probably significantly reduced. We don't know what that looks like yet. So our preference would be to leave it and adjust it when we bring the report forward, but we're certainly happy to follow the lead of council.
Councillor Brutton and then Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mayor Martin.
Sorry,
I'm on
are you on this topic of St. John's?
Same thing.
Go ahead.
I drive those roads frequently, and I tend to agree with the other two councillors. But my question is, of the 201,000, have we spent that already, or where's that at? Can somebody answer that question?
Through you, the mayor, to the councillor, I think we've spent about 50% of that money. It was certainly incumbent upon us to study that intersection to determine what, if anything, needs to be done, which is, I think, to the point that the councillors are raising. It's a very unique roadway and intersection out there, which I think you're due to have that report to you, as Andrew had mentioned early in the new year. A do-nothing component will be in there. Certainly when you look at actually modifying it and trying to put a stop control or control it, you're into significant dollars. So we have spent some money. The draft report actually just landed on my desk the other day, so you should have a report in front of you early in 2025.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So since that's not an item that is in the 2025 budget that staff want locked in, I'm happy to live with the getting the report later on and dealing with it later on. So, and if I could continue on to the next one, or a couple down from that, is the Argyle Ave Bluegrass Phase 4 to Fertilizer Road. When we dealt with that planning application, I thought the request was very specific that the developer would do that road as part of Phase 1, Phase 2, and have that road installed right at the front, not at the back. So why are we paying to put in the rest of that road?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll take a stab at this one. This project actually sits in your development charge fund, if I'm not mistaken. It's in your bylaw. So there's definitely a significant contribution from the developer, but there is a portion being paid by the existing community because there's a community benefit by way of their improving their mobility around the community. So that's the way it was set up in your DC charge, and that's the way it's laid out in this table. And the timing right now is simply being influenced by the developer advancing on the lands. It certainly will be delivered by the developer, but financed as set out in the DC bylaw.
Well, if I could, Madam Mayor, but at the planning, that's the discussions that we had, that normal development of subdivisions, the developer installs everything. When it is built to our specs and our standards, at some point they deed that property over to the municipality at no charge. And I was very specific at the time, I remember, that it's not going to, that road and that connection to Fertilizer Road is not going to be part of Phase 4. It was going to be part of Phase 1 and Phase 2. So the road gets there immediately, and I don't care how long it takes to get the houses, we're going to have the road there right away. And again, I don't know why we're funding any part of that. It should be part of the developer's agreement. So again, that's not part of the 2025 capital, so I'm happy to wait and get answers back on the details of that. So
Flagged, okay. Anything else for page 24? Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you to Mr. Grace. If you could just, unless I'm missing something when I was going through all these pages. So I know we're talking about sidewalks and walkways installation. Where does it come in terms of curb repair? Is that included in this?
Sorry, so through the chair, yes, so you're looking at new incremental capital. So if you're asking specifically, because I know 2025 has some identified for the Waterford area, yeah, the sidewalks would also include some of the minor curb repairs that go along with it.
Okay, so just looking at this, though, I don't see anything under 2025.
So through the chair, we'll get to that when we get to the next section.
Okay,
they're
all right.
identified in the next batch of files.
Perfect, okay, thank you.
Councillor Columbus?
Just to go where Councillor Van Passen left off, and speaking with the developer, he is looking to put some light industrial, badly needed light industrial on the south side of the Argyle, or what he calls Maria Street, I think now. And that's why, that would be the purpose for punching that road out to Fertilizer Road. Perhaps planning staff have had some discussion on that, I'm not sure.
We can revisit that when a report comes forward. It's not in this year's budget, if that's okay. All right, anything else? Let's move along to page 25. Go ahead.
Through the chair, we didn't highlight this in the notes, but page 25 has the pickleball court that was the subject of most of the deputations.
Nice catch. Councillor Van Passen.
I got that right on my sheet, and I was going to skip it, so. Madam Mayor, I'm going to, this is one of those little issues that has stumped me as the word for councillor. And I think I've found a way that I can make everybody unhappy. I can tick off the pickleball players of Turkey Point. I can tick off the other residents of Turkey Point, and I also can make all the residents of Victoria mad at me. But I will lay out what I consider the best option to the taxpayers as a whole in Norfolk County. Is we have, you'll see it farther down, the multi-use court in Victoria is in terrible need of repair. It has deteriorated a lot quicker than anybody expected and needs to be done and redone. And I would suggest the possibility of redoing the Victoria courts as a 3-pad pickleball court similar to Tilsonburg's with that special pickleball top coat on it. It could still be used, like we can still have the basketball hoops in the corners and things like that, but just make it for pickleball so that the groups can have like organized events on a 3-court playing area. Don't need the lines on it for tennis and everything else, all marking it up. Let's make it a pickleball specific court that we have at least one of them in Norfolk County that way. That's money that needs to be spent anyway to maintain what we have. To build something new in Turkey Point, I do understand that that little parkette is the only green space there is in Turkey Point, or public green space where you can actually take your shoes off and walk in grass. Rather, we got beautiful beaches, but that's the only little grassed area. I'd hate to see that lost. You know, we've been mentioned, there's a lot of infrastructure under the ground in there from the days when it used to be a trailer park that we might find all sorts of weird stuff if we started digging in there. And I get the argument from the residents who want to keep that green space. I also get understand the arguments that they'd like to play pickleball close to home. But Victoria is about 10 kilometers away. It's half the distance it is to Simcoe and Dover and Delhi and Port Rowan. I figure that's the best way I can to get everybody mad at me, but it would probably be a very workable solution. You know, I'd also like to see the outcome of the overall rec strategy and all of those things, but we're doing the capital budget today and we need to make decisions on it today. So rather than move that 120,000 from 2026 to 2025, I think we should look seriously at one of the other pages where the estimated cost on Victoria is and make a decision with that one.
Okay, so let's put the pickleball discussion from page 25 in the parking lot, revisit it once we get over to recreation amenities for Victoria, and we'll go from there. My one question for you to just give consideration between now and then is what was the potential fundraising component that was being offered in the Turkey Point area that we might be losing if it's not in Turkey Point?
The fundraising component from the people I've talked to is if we provided the 120, they'd look after the rest. Which
Even if it's in Victoria?
Not in Victoria,
correct.
But in Turkey Point specifically, they would cover, that'd be roughly a 50-50 share with the community.
Okay.
So I would also like to leave that with council's consideration, that, you know, we can get a very nice facility for half price, but you also have half the people that don't want it.
Okay, is there anything else on page 25? Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I don't want to dwell on this, but I'm concerned about the Simcoe Soccer Park back area development. I just see that in there for 2026, but I think I asked last year, I want to see the revenue and expenses for that park that we've never, ever, I have never seen a report on it. And to me, that back area was a Jensing field. I think, Mike, you'll remember this, that we never did find out who got all the revenue for that. It disappeared. And I'm not supporting any type of new development out there till we find out what we're spending and what our revenues are. And the other thing, I frequent that park on Saturdays and Wednesdays, watch my grandchildren, and I can tell you it is busy, but I question whether some of the other days through the week are busy. So anyways, I'd like to see that report before, and I realize it's a year away, but before we start spending $500 and something thousand. Thank you.
You probably have to provide some direction to staff to do that, so.
Well, I'm asking, I just asked the county manager to look into that for us.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if it would please Budget Committee, it would be ideal if you give direction to staff to come back with a report. And we can summarize the operational budget for that park, and we can give you some historical context to where we're at. Oh,
Just motion,
Just
make a
mo-
motion.
just-
Turn your microphone on for me.
I can make a motion to that effect, that we get a report on.
From staff, and staff will work, our recreation and our finance teams will work together to bring that report back to council and give you that information.
Okay.
Before I move for a seconder, can I just get some clarity? You want to know the operating,
I want to know our maintenance costs and revenue from the entire operation out there.
and something about historic
You'll never
dollars?
find that out.
I thought that was contingent,
Well-
you're not gonna spend any money until you find that part out.
Well, no, I think that's a waste of time now. It's water under the bridge, as if I may say that. Before we spend any more money to expand, I think if we can get the revenues and expenses, we can make that decision. And if they could throw in that report, the use, what kind of use the park is undertaking on a 7-day-a-week basis when it opens, so.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Huffman, is there any discussion or debate? I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. All right, page 26. Councillor Van Passen.
Well, again, they're farther out, but the two items with the Port Dover Harbor Museum, especially the $3 million for the wastewater system and a pumping station, $500,000 for a travel lift. I'm sure we haven't decided the final end of that, but there's no point in getting a travel lift because then you need special trained employees, all of that, leave that as contracted. And like for $3 million, put in a holding tank and pump it into a truck and haul it up the hill rather than, $3 million to hook onto the septic system. I think those are both wants rather than needs. And financially, we're not quite in a position that everybody gets what they want. They only get what they need right now. So again, it's not right away, but I expect that I won't see it in next year's 10-year capital plan.
Is there a comment from staff on that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can certainly provide a comment. As council has directed, staff will be back in front of council early in 2025 with a proposed business plan on the marinas. At that point in time, we would expect that we would have a revised capital budget as we start to make the marina as self-sufficient as possible. And so the fact that it's out a few years is a good thing because council will have the opportunity to provide some direction early in 2025 on the future of capital expenditures for the marinas.
Okay, Councillor Banadrishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item okay, where my eyes are. This is concerning the sprinkler system. Nope, sorry, one above. The Port Dover splash pad conditional. Is that conditional upon a community group getting involved, or what is that? Is that what, I'd like a definition for the public under the words conditional.
I think that one was staff direction to come to us with a report on water costs, like water.
Yeah, so they could.
Capacity as well as, and staff's nodding their head, and after the rec master plan.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for page 26? Mr. Cridlin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In myself preparing for the budget, if you look at item 7, I'm sorry, it's on page 26, 733, oh my God, 2519, the fencing at the Eanes Park subdivision, that was done earlier this year, so it just inadvertently got carried over from op staff and the finance staff. So as far as I know, talking to staff this morning, that 24,000 can be removed. That project was completed.
Okay, thank you. All right, page 27. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are a few line items with EV charging stations at county facilities. And my question is, are those EV charging stations intended for county use of county vehicles, or are they and something other than that?
Through the mayor, I can start. I do have Michael online for a lot of the facility questions and energy, which fall under his portfolio. But these would be, it's my understanding, as Norfolk County only has one electric vehicle presently, that these would be for public. And I guess if a staff member that worked there did have an electric car, they would be able to charge, but there would be a fee charged as there is out here. So trying to make some revenue on this.
Yeah, well, again, don't make money on it. I don't think being in the business of selling electricity to charge cars is a core requirement of a municipality. We don't subsidize gas stations and propane stations and all that, so why would we subsidize electricity stations? So I, question the validity of that. If we're installing them, because there is items in there that we want to, gradually ramp up our electric vehicles that we own ourselves, and we need to get facilities in there, but I don't think they cost $250,000, probably get away with only $25,000 to upsize the hydro and for our own use, but not for public use. So I question the validity of that line item.
Madam Mayor, if I may have Michael speak, because I believe the installation of these would be conditional on grants, and I know there have been some announcements made by senior governments. And Michael, if you are on now, maybe you can explain the grant process and where we are in the line for some of these and what they do cover.
Yeah, thank you, Bill, and through you, Madam Mayor. So yes, that program that's identified in the capital plan there is contingent on funding being sourced, and there was some recent funding announcements for the EV Charge Ontario grant funding, which would provide up to 50% funding for that program. And there will likely be a staff report coming in the early 2025 to provide some update on our the status of our application.
Just for the public's information, $168,000 from external financing or grants, $42,000 from reserve funds for the 2026 project. So you're saying you'll return with a report if we're successful with grant dollars?
Madam Mayor, that's correct, yes.
Okay. So we could leave it and then revisit when a report or if a report comes, and if it doesn't come, then we'll take it out of budget, if that's the will. Okay. Anything else on page 27? Councillor Breton.
Well, I go from thank you, Mayor Martin, page 27 to page 28. It's Climate Change Adaptation Program, and I know it just goes on, but I really don't know what's that involve. What is it? What does it involve?
Michael can probably, or Bill can take that one.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I will turn this one over to Michael.
Thanks again. Through you, Madam Mayor. So the climate change adaptation program stems from our climate change adaptation plan, which was approved a few years ago, which essentially assigned a certain percentage of our levy dollars, or 1% of our, or 0.1% of our levy dollars to implement programs or activities that would mitigate or adapt to the changing climate. So there are a number of programs within, or sort of activities within that program, including tree planting and vulnerability assessments. So we actually plan to bring a detailed implementation program, which will provide a little bit more detail for this program. In future budgets, you'll see itemized projects for this program, but right now we are really prioritizing each year based on the climate change or the sustainability committee's recommendations.
Yeah, I don't, I guess we'll learn as we go here, but I certainly don't find fault with the idea. It's just that I see it's all reserve and reserve funds, but again, that's tax dollars, bottom line. Thank you.
Just of note for council, there are 2 starred projects on this page that speak to facility needs. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The $22 million expansion of the rec center is in there, but as you go down through, we still have $600,000 in 26 for the pool deck, $40,000 for regrout it, an HVAC system for $300,000, floor replacement $300,000, curtain wall $200,000. There's a whole lot of other repair. I think if I spent $20 million on a total revamp of a building, I wouldn't have to do all those other things because I'd do them all at once, wouldn't I? Like, so are we double counting a bunch of numbers in here, or is the either or scenario that if we don't do this, we have to do that?
Through the mayor, I believe it is a bit of a either or, but I will defer to Michael, and he can go through the limits on what are definitely needs to keep this facility going, and till we get to that point where we know what we're doing. Michael?
Thanks, Phil, again. And through you, Madam Mayor. So this project is very much a placeholder at this point in time. So I believe one of the major components of that $22 million would be an expansion to the existing ACAC facility. Obviously, this would definitely be dependent on the results of the facilities master plan and the recreation master plan as well. So again, just very much a placeholder at this point in time. The biggest bulk of the cost would be a potential expansion of the Annalise Carr Aquatic Center.
Another one? Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a couple of items there with elevators for the arenas. And again, I think there's counselors around the table that know more about the rules than I do, but there's a difference. We have a lift out here that, you know, we have a few of those in the 10-year at $100,000, and then we have arenas that they want to put $1 million elevators in. For the amount of use and the requirements, couldn't we look at just installing lifts in those arenas rather than a full elevator?
Yeah, good question, and through Madam Mayor, I will defer again to Michael.
Thanks again, Bill, and through you, Madam Mayor. Certainly, that's something that could be explored when we go through the design process. But essentially, this again is a more of a placeholder. You're looking at the new installations of elevators in, I believe, Langton Arena and Dover Arena. Those are essentially, there's no location within the facility that would be a suitable spot for a new lift or an elevator. So these are actually expansions, similar to what we did in the Delhi Community Center Arena as well. So that's where you see the variability of the large costs associated with those expansions or those elevators.
Well, I guess what I'm suggesting is let's look for an expansion where we put a lift, not an expansion where we put an elevator. And if we're on the subject, I've often wondered why we can't have one elevator in this building that serves both the council side and the library side. Why do we need two elevators in here, Is there room to that? Because I think it's another thing that's on the list is replace the lift here with an elevator. Right?
Councillor Van Andriesch, then Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been on the in the budget for many, many years, is to address the elevator. But I am with Councillor Van Passen. I really think there isn't a need for an expansion. We have an area there when you walk in where it used to be the booth when you came in. That goes straight up into the area, which is the canteen. And I don't see spending, well, it's $1 million on that when you can have engineers look at it and kind of even a lift would be sufficient for the number that would be using it. But it is still a requirement, I think, for people to be able to, our viewing area is either out in the cold and the warm area is up top. So you do have to, as an older person, have to take the stairs. So for me, I would like to see it stay in as a placeholder, but I'd like to see engineering take another look at it for some efficiencies that can be found, because I really don't see $1 million being spent either on a lift or an elevator. Thank you.
Councillor Barry.
I was going to ask for a $4 million elevator for Dover, but now I feel bad. No, but in all seriousness, Michael, through the mayor to you there, why is an elevator in Dover necessary? I don't understand that, actually. Like, what service aren't we what service are we not providing at the ground level that would make an elevator necessary?
So through the chair, you would have the multi-purpose room upstairs on the second floor that wouldn't be accessible, obviously without the elevator. But certainly, if it's council's desire to remove that elevator, other than you have the viewing area, so it's not the same consideration as say Langton, but certainly, if it's council's wish, we could remove that.
Okay, thanks. So, and I just don't have the information, so I apologize for the question, but is that multi-purpose room used a lot up there? Because I'm not aware of that. Bill, maybe you know, or Nikki, somebody would know that?
Yeah, that's a good, through Madam Mayor, that's a good question. I don't have the stats on that, but I will do an email here, and maybe by the end of the meeting, we can give you some ideas of the use. I know it is used, but I don't know how extensively.
Okay, thank you, because as far as I know, it's only used for picture day. For the multi-purpose room? The what now? Yeah, the blue line. Oh, is it? Okay. In the arena? Okay, I didn't know that they use that room. Okay, very good. Okay, anyways, can you get back to me on just what the use of that is? So, just so I'm aware, I guess clearly I need to know more about what's going on in there. Thanks, man.
Can do that. Thank you.
Before I go to Councillor Columbus and Michelle, so these are all projects for 2026 and beyond. So I'm hearing that there's an appetite for staff to look at lift over elevator, wants versus needs, effective use of tax dollars. So can we park that conversation and go back into 2026? Or 2025, sorry. Councillor Columbus, you were next.
Yeah, going back to the elevator, I recall when the elevator was installed in the Delhi Arena. And they looked at putting a lift in, and it just didn't fit the scenario that was needed for the number of people that would use it. And I believe that when Diane Finley was our MP, they contributed several $100,000 to the project. So I would think that being its accessibility, that there'd be some dollars from the feds again somewhere. I don't know if that's been looked at.
Okay, let's stop with the elevator because staff will return with a staff report. Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is just a quick question. It's relative to the elevator, though. I just want to know, with all of these elevator questions, and maybe Michael can answer this, is any of these required, adjustments, are they to make us AODA compliant? Is there some kind of, requirement that they have to be elevators and not lifts?
Sure, I can answer that. And through you, Madam Mayor, there's currently no legislation that requires it, but obviously it does improve accessibility and improves additional accessibility to residents. So there's obviously a good reason for it, but I can assure you that it's not legislated to have it. It's only when building new, you do need to provide that accessibility per the building code, but there is no legislation to require us to upgrade our facilities to make it accessible.
Thanks, Michael. Page 29. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. This one actually is in 2025. So the Ride Norfolk paratransit accessibility vehicle, then farther down we got $1.2 million for charging stations, more vehicles. I didn't think we owned Ride Norfolk buses. I thought we contracted that out. So are we totally shifting the making that a department of Norfolk County, or why the change here? So.
Give Mr. Regan a second to get to a microphone. Sure.
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you just repeat the last part of the question for me, please?
Well, I thought the Ride Norfolk, the buses, that's a contractor who does that. So why are we buying a vehicle for $318,000, and then why are we putting $1.2 million into charging stations?
Good. Thank you very much for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. So we currently do not own the Ride Norfolk buses. It is part of our contract. We did apply for a grant. The cost of the bus is $258,000. The purchasing of a bus actually has the potential of saving us some operation dollars. So traditionally, grants are available for capital. Very few grants are available to us other than the most recent one on the OTIF funding that does allow for operations. So the bus that we're proposing is a larger bus. It would save us about $60,000. I need to talk to my friends in finance, so please don't hold me to that. But on average, it will save us about $60,000 a year in operating costs. We do realize, of course, that there's maintenance that would come along with that bus, and also an asset management plan that would need to come along with it as well. Rough figures do show that at very least it would be neutral cost, if not a cost savings. So the grant was available. We did apply for the grant, and we did approve for it.
Would these buses then be used by the contractor, or we need to then hire drivers? And I'm not sure if, what's the average number of people on a bus? Like if we've only got one person on the bus, I don't think a bigger bus is really a great improvement. So.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through you, Madam Mayor, the intent is definitely not to hire bus drivers. The intent is that that particular unit or that bus would be in the contractor's hands. They would be responsible for the maintenance. We realize, of course, that in some form we'll be paying for that. They are also responsible for the drivers. I didn't bring my teams up, so I'm not sure the exact number of riders per bus, but I do know that we're approaching 20,000 riders alone for the year, and that's a ridership increase of about 63%. But the intent is not to hire any people to operate that particular asset.
So if we're on the subject, has there been any clarity yet? The funding for our Ride Norfolk bus program runs out the end of March this year. Is there any update on whether there's new potential funding to keep it going? Or?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, in fact, we've had some discussions with Western Ontario's Warden Caucus, also with SCORE, and also our SCT partners on how, because we're all facing something very similar. Ride Norfolk, as of March 2025, we do run the risk of losing our Brantford run. The current funding funds about 10 hours of service per day. So in total, we operate 23.5 hours of service every single day with our 3 buses. The current funding we have is 10. If we want to maintain that service, then that would be an operational impact on the levy going forward after March 2025. OTIF funding, which is what we were operating off, has just been announced. I believe there was some direction from council before for us to partner with SCORE in some sort of submission. Norfolk County, we do plan on applying for that grant separately as well for our services. And actually, yesterday I was on a call with some of our partners from Western Ontario Wardens Caucus talking about regional transportation. And though we all agree that regional transportation is certainly on the mindset, and when we met with the Minister of Transportation's top advisor at Queen's Park just last week, they have certainly showed an interest at looking at the funding model. We've articulated to them that the current OTF funding, which is $5 million per year over the next 4 years and scales down every year, so 80%, 60%, 40%, 20%. $5 million for the province of Ontario is really not acceptable, and we suggested that they missed a zero perhaps. And that's kind of our standpoint. So we do plan on applying for the OTIF funding to continue or to create new services only. That's the issue with the OTIF funding, is for new, not existing. So we're looking at, of course, servicing Port Dover perhaps, servicing Fanshawe better. Those are some opportunities before us. But you have to keep in mind that there's 15 other SCTs that I know of in the province that we work with through SCORE that will also be applying for that funding. That's a long-winded answer. I'm so sorry.
My question is, can the grant not be transferred to our provider? There's $64,000 extra from reserve and reserve funds, $254 from the grant, and I think you said the bus was $258. So one, we've over budgeted, but two, can we not transfer that grant? Like, I can't, although I want to use the dollars, thank you for applying and thank you for getting them, I can't justify how we would buy an asset and give it to our contracted service provider. It seems like it's a service level increase for us, what we're doing. That's what it feels like, and there's a lot of information that I'm trying to digest.
Thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. I'll be honest, I do not know the answer to that, but I think I would err on the side of saying no, that we couldn't transfer that asset. I'm sure with the agreement that funding is going to be specific to the applicant, in this case would be Norfolk County, but we will take that away and confirm. Also, keep in mind some of our buses that we're currently using through Voyago are approaching the 10-year life. This is an opportunity for us to look at, and I will float it here, that the idea really at the time was one larger bus. Nothing is preventing us from buying perhaps two smaller vans that are accessible that would actually help maintain the service level and also continue to reduce the cost, and would also have fewer maintenance costs than what a large 40-passenger or a large bus would be.
Did I see your hand, Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Chair Martin, through you. I'm all for whatever we can do in terms of not just maintaining Ride Norfolk, but expanding Ride Norfolk. I would love to be able to take some of these capital dollars and put them into the operation in terms of expanding service. I get multiple calls from people who need more runs to Brantford. They need more runs to Fanshawe. They're begging for this. So while I applaud some of the initiative, I feel that we still need to work on our ridership and expanding what we can provide for our community. So I know these are silo dollars and we can't take them and put them just where we want them to be, but that's just kind of a little seed in your head for what would be nice to see.
Thank you very much for that comment. And if I could just provide a little bit more information. So keep in mind that we're doing a transit master plan. And I know council has been engaged, SLT has been engaged in the community. There's been significant engagement already. That transit master plan is going to be coming back to council Q1 2025. And I think that's going to really address, so I think what we're looking for is, in principle, approve it, but also realize that transit master plan is going to come forward to you and really tell you what it is that we need. What we do know, to your point, where I was trying to get to, is that we know that we lack in service, but at the end of the day, our service ends. It doesn't run into the evening. We have no morning. We need some more morning services, and we have no services on weekend, specifically Saturdays, which has a real impact to our youth trying to get, or not just our youth, anyone without a car, anyone who's environmentally conscious to get to work or get to jobs or get to physicians, whatever the case may be. So we know that's our service gap. And that's where we're really hoping that the OTF funding would come in. The nice thing about the grant is that it's capital, but that capital investment And again, pending our friends in finance comments and full analysis, we're assuming that there's going to be good savings there that would allow us to expand that service to meet those gaps.
Councillor Columbus, is it about this? Go ahead.
Just to note that a new bus is needed. I don't know how many of you have had the opportunity to ride the existing buses, but they are pretty rickety.
Councillor, sorry, Mr. Regan, my question is, so did I misunderstand the bus is $258?
The bus is $258,309. It would cost us $52,000 of municipal money for that bus.
So can we not make the contractor make up the difference and they get basically a brand new bus for $0 on the municipal levy?
Madam Chair, I love your thinking. I certainly try.
I struggle with this one because although I support transit and it's always great to maximize the dollars, the budget is so strapped that we're putting levy dollars towards a service we actually paid someone else to deliver for us. It's not adding up for me. Councillor Berry?
I'm so sorry, Councillor Berry. If the one concern by, if that asset could be transferred, for example, and we're putting it in the hands of someone else, we have contracts with those service providers, and that contract will expire at some point. And maybe we'll be going out for other contracted services. And then also the possibility of a more regional approach with our SET partners or with SCORE or with Western Ontario is certainly in the pipeline. So I'd be a little cautious about handing that asset over without really, really clear agreement on maintenance and really clear agreement on true ownership should that contract end.
Councillor Berry?
Thanks, Mayor. Through to you, to John. You're doing, this is more good work, so thank you very much for the initiative, I guess. My question, and you've said it already, and I missed it, I apologize, but you said that the ridership is approaching 20,000. It's a 63% increase, is what you said, correct?
Yes. Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. So the ridership, we're just under 20,000 right now for the year.
Okay.
We have a significant increase. So some months we've actually seen a 63% increase in ridership. Okay. So the total ridership for over the year, I'm going to have to just rely on Blair if we're to send that information to Brandon, because I don't have my phone or anything here.
Okay. But I'm sort of just painting a picture here. So did you give us an indication or an estimate of what you expect the new bus might do to help increase ridership or address some of these gaps you identified? So let's say we do it, and it's a cost. What is the benefit of the cost? Did you already? And if you did, say it again, please, because I missed it.
Absolutely. Thanks for the question, Councillor. Through you, Madam Mayor. So we think the purchase of the bus, and again, pending finance input on this to crunch the numbers, rough estimates are there's about a $60,000 savings in operations because we would own it. Sorry,
I asked it bad. What additional increase in ridership might having our own bus lead to? Are you able to anticipate that? Like, how many more people will be able to use this? Will it? What is the benefit to the community of the investment, I guess, is what I'm asking, not just the savings, but service provision.
Absolutely. I understand the question now. Thank you so much. Through you, Madam Chair. Right now, we know there is a significant gap, specifically with Fanshawe students, where the bus would be full and they can't take any more people on. Number one. Number two, the only way to increase the service levels for the mornings and weekends, for example, that's operational dollars. And we're hoping that those operational dollars would hopefully offset the levy increase to continue or to increase that operations in 2025 after the funding.
Okay, sorry. So I guess to put a finer point on it, is the investment in owning our own bus, will it provide a significantly better or more service than just continuing to, with the arrangement we have now? That's what I'm trying to get at. Are we increasing the number of riders with this purchase, hypothetical purchase?
Hypothetically, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to. Thank you.
Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Very quickly, you said we're approaching 20,000 riders. That's for 24? Up till what?
Up until, I believe today, according to my numbers,
what
it's
kind
19.
Of revenue are we talking? Do you have a revenue figure for that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
What kind of revenue has that produced?
I'm going to have to ask my friends, and I do not know off the top of my head. I'm so sorry.
Well, I know it's mid-year, well, I call it mid-year, 3/4, whatever. What about 23? What kind of ridership did you have and what kind of revenue?
And again, through you, Madam Mayor, I apologize. I don't have those figures right in front of me, but I'm sure Brandon may have it in front of him now with Blair online.
Yeah, through the chair, if it helps, and there's a few other avenues that through the executive summaries for the upcoming operating budget, we have some of our stats, and then also in the transit master plan. But if it helps, as of to date in 2024, 19,300 riders, so very close to the 20,000, 88% increase from 2022. And it looks like, as mentioned, 63% increase over the first half of 2023, comparable time to last year.
Money.
And
I want to know the money.
Yep. we can, that information can be part of the operating budget update. So right now we're looking at the capital. Well, it looks like our finance folks may have that as well.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. For year-to-date revenues, $51,000.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if it helps committees, so a lot of this is based on the transit master plan. So we had the opportunity for the grant, but this is contingent on the master plan. So as John mentioned, Q1 2025, that can help confirm, and council can decide at the time, what is our directions for transit? Where are we going? What's the operating model that we're looking at in the future? Any expanded services?
So
we're right at capacity now, so any more services, we're going to need additional vehicles. But essentially, the master plan is coming. The funding was in there for 2025, so it's still in there for 2025. But we would wait for the master plan before we would move forward with any procurement.
Here's my problem, that it's a service level increase, and so we just heard that it's $51,000 in revenue to date, but there's $64,000 coming out of the reserve and the reserve fund. And while it doesn't need to make money or break even, it's a service we provide to our community. I think we're all committed to that. It's not adding up for me. Like I can't find the business case in my mind other than I want to use the dollars. But like we have a $1.1 billion capital plan. We have a significant amount of debt. So like this should have been a staff report. I feel like there's a lot of information here. So maybe we can get a comment from finance, but my compromise that I would be happy to go ahead with today is leaving 254, the grant dollars in, removing the reserve and reserve fund contribution until you can come with a staff report. That way we're not saying no, but we can get that additional information and everything you just shared with us written down to be able to move forward. But maybe I can call on finance or Councillor Barry.
I mean, in fairness to, thanks, Mayor, in fairness to John, like we didn't tell him he was gonna have to do this report today. Like this was just, we picked this out of the budget. So it's not like there's any deficiency here, just we put you on the spot, and fair enough, you don't have it. And you like your little eye roll there. So, so no, I'd like to know more about this before we decide. So do you require a motion? Because I will make that motion that we sit tight, leave it as it is, knowing full well that we're going to revise it later. It's going to be a little of a, people that aren't paying attention now are going to want to know why we're going back, but whatever. But anyways, if that, I'd like more information because I think this is an interesting opportunity, and to sort of make a decision either way without all the information I don't think is maybe in the best interests of council or the residents. So is that fair enough? Can I do that, Bill? Make that motion that we like, can I do that in the middle of a budget discussion?
Yeah.
So we sit tight on this and then ask for a report back that we can. My question is, can we approve a budget today knowing that we're going to reopen it again if I make this motion? Is that?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So you can defer the final decision on that. So you can approve the budget with the number in there subject to the staff report and then council making a final determination.
Okay, because I really don't want to delay or derail anything we're doing today with this motion. So we're good?
Yeah, so as the mayor pointed out, if you want to approve the budget today with showing only the capital grant allocation, that's fine too.
Okay.
And then a further staff report, and then you can decide how you're going to go forward at a subsequent time.
Okay,
And
so.
can I come right back to you
Yep.
because finance might have a comment that
Sure.
changes what you're going to do?
Yep.
Through the chair, just in regards to pulling just the grant portion in, I think the reason why there's a grant and municipal contribution is just in regards to the cost share. So if it's a 70%, 80% cost share program, we can't get a single dollar of grant dollars unless we're willing to pitch in our 25, 30%, whatever it works out to be. So our recommendation would, sorry, it's 80%, Jared's pointing it over here. My recommendation would be to either leave it together, but you can provide staff direction that nothing gets acted on until that report comes. So if that makes better sense.
That, Bill, whatever, yeah, that's good. Do that. That's what I want to do.
Moved by Jacob.
I was gonna say that exact thing, but Jacob got me first.
Jacob
so.
beat you to it. Councillor Van Passen, were you going to add something?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of history that we forget about sometimes, but staff would like this capital budget sort of locked in place, because what used to happen, I guess, in the past was when it came time to do the levy budget, they would start pulling things out of here. But that meant that staff couldn't start on preparing tenders and all that. And I remember the first year that I was on council, we approved a tender for a $6 million road job in July for work still to be done that year. And they were very expensive that way. So we locked this budget in now. Staff can have tenders prepared, and on January 2nd, they can start advertising them. And we got a lot better prices since then. So, but I have no problem locking in a budget, with the only downside being that potentially it could go down. I can live with that. You know, if potentially it was going to add a whole lot of stuff, no, that's not the answer. But to leave this one alone with a report coming back, and if we change it, it's going to reduce it, and it's not a big deal. So I have no problem supporting that concept from Councillor Ferry.
So you're seconding the motion?
Sure.
Okay, is there any discussion or debate? Oh, sorry, Brandon.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Just wanted to confirm that the intent from our part, and hopefully with any motion, is that the report is the master plan report. So we don't necessarily have a second report, because it's all going to be encapsulated in the same.
I disagree. You're asking for a service level increase when you're asking us to own fleet. I think it needs a separate report with those implications on asset management, repairs and maintenance. This is entirely, we would then own, and it's not a one-off. There are two more in the budget. So where's the business case to all of a sudden own our transportation?
Thanks through that. I think we would still try and do it at the same time as the master plan,
sure.
or in like a subsequent report that might be like the same agenda or the next agenda.
Yep, perfect. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. All right, everyone understands? We're parking it till report comes back, but it'll stay in the budget. Moved by Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Van Passen. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Page 30. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking at, I guess, what is the only items on page 30 are the disc golf courses. There's two. One is for $30,000 in '26, and one's $32,000 in 2027. I just wonder if staff could refresh my memory, or perhaps the memory of council, on the location, or the planned location of those spots.
Thanks through the chair. So related to the disc golf, this is subject to completion of the rec strategy master plan update to help us confirm. We do have a working group. We did have a short list of sites. We did have one county-owned site that we were looking at for 2025, but upon further review, it's not going to work out. So that's why we have not included anything in 2025 after all. So we've bumped it to 26, 27, and we are still working on confirming which properties would work. There's also the potential that there could be looking at partnerships. It may or may not be, we're not keeping the scope to just county-owned lands. Maybe there's other lands that could be suitable. Maybe we need a municipal contribution. But currently, the short answer, I guess I could have said, is we do not have the specific location identified, but that's pending.
Thank you, Brandon.
Okay, moving along. If we go into page 32, we're on the section. Sorry, Bill?
My apologies, Madam Mayor. We do have some information on the Blue Line room rental, so I thought I would get that out of the way now before we moved on. So for council, staff have supplied that in the year 2023, the Blue Line room was booked for 253 hours, And in 2024, we are presently sitting at 227 hours. And rentals are everything from the Blue Line, the Dover Sailors hockey team, community programming, private family events, birthday parties, and such like that.
Thank you. Councillor Barry.
Sorry, I mean, okay, is that a lot or a little? Like, in terms of hours of rentals related to facilities, like, okay, so that sounds like 253 hours is a lot, but like, is that a lot? I don't know.
I think through the chair, I think it is, or through Madam Mayor to the council, I think it's considerable when you figure the arena is only operational, say 7 months a year. So if you do that, that's 30 hours a month. I mean, it wouldn't compare to our busy community halls because that's what they're there for. But it is obviously a lot of activities do happen in these all-purpose rooms in our arenas.
So, okay, so I'm going to put you on the spot just a little bit, Bill. So is $1 million for an arena a suitable, or a elevator a suitable investment for 253 hours of rentals, I guess is what I'm trying to get to here.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm, it does seem like an extreme dollar amount for the number of rentals, so I don't know how to answer that other than I think we talked about getting some more information back to council on these arenas with the elevator situation.
Great, thank you.
Okay, let's move along to section 3B, studies, starting on page 32. Councillor Columbus, then Michelle, then Brenton.
Yes, Madam Mayor, at the bottom there, under engineering, Delhi area traffic impact study, can we get some more information with respect to that study for $100,000?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, certainly can provide that information. As there has been significant development interest in Delhi in the last couple of years, we've been engaged with the MTO on a number of them, and they asked that a much broader area traffic study be done by Norfolk County. We actually secured some conditions within some of the recent development agreements for the developers to partner on that study, which you'll see in the column under external financing, where they're paying 50% of that study and the county's contributing 50%.
Okay. So I take it that's likely James Street then that we're looking at?
It would be Drain Street, in particular the intersection at Dalton and at Wilson, and it will also examine the overall benefit of having a Main Street extension over to Crozier instead of the connection that you have today through the soccer field.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just on that same section that Councillor Columbus is just referring to, the Long Point Causeway post-construction monitoring. I just want staff, if they can confirm that those amounts really, Norfolk County has no choice but to engage in that monitoring because it is a mandated requirement by, I believe it's Environment and Climate Change Canada.
Through the chair, yes, the councillor is correct. Those were stipulations as part of the upgrade project, is that we had to do 5 years of post-monitoring construction, so that's what you see in front of you. There's really no option there.
Councillor Brenton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Two questions. One is with the development charges, $150,000. We would, is that like are there various people that do that study? I've been involved over the years. I know they're, God, I can remember when it was about $45,000 to do one. Now it's $150,000. So what is that tendered out? Somebody tell me that? Or?
Thank you, and through the chair, yes, that'll be tendered out. There are several consulting firms in the province that take those studies on, so we'll put the tender out. And
So we might still have a $45,000 consultant out there. Is that possible? Anyways, my next question is, and this would be, I guess, to Andrew or somebody there, the stormwater biosolids study, $1 million. A lot of money for a study, but what will that involve?
Yeah, through the chair, I was hoping that might slip under the radar there, that one little $1 million line item. So we are in need of updating our water, wastewater, stormwater, as well as our biosolids, and also considering some active transportation. It is a legislative requirement, so our existing integrated sustainable master plan is a 2016 vintage. They're only good for 10 years, and it's important that we have those in place so that we can get the approvals from the ministry when we go to do any of the work. What we're going to get out of this is not just purely a study. The mayor asked at one of the previous budget committees about, better sustainable planning on our stormwater system. This is the type of stuff we'll be looking at here. It's not purely just a study. It's going to be dictating how we grow our system moving forward, and it'll also do some high-level servicing routing for us as well. So it's not just purely a document that's going to sit on the shelf. It will give us some visibility and some guidance as to how we're going to construct our system going forward. It is an expensive endeavor, but we're basing that on what we've seen close in other municipalities. Each one of these is about $250,000 to do it and do it right. Where we may see some savings is on the biosolids front. We are looking at bringing something forward to council in 2025. And if that system works for us, it may minimize or lessen the impact on the biosolids master plan. We'll still need to do one, but that one could be significantly reduced. But we won't know until council gives us guidance on that plan of action, hopefully in Q1 of 2025.
So this is all for storm, not sanitary?
Through the chair, this is everything. This is water, wastewater, stormwater, transportation, biosolids.
Oh, so is some of that charged to the rate budget?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure how it was charged out. So.
And there's also a DC component to it that you'll see in the column on the right.
Okay, thank you.
I'm always so surprised when you guys remember specific questions and who the specific council member was that asked it, because half the time I don't remember, but you just raised that it was a question that I had asked. It's impressive. I guess you have a very specific scope and we do not. Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a similar question. We've done work with stormwater. I just assumed that there was engineering done at that particular time, but apparently this is something different and it is mandated, so we don't have a lot of choice on this one. Is that
through the chair? We don't. It has to be done in some form or another. We do not have the resources to purely do it ourselves, so it will be someone on Darnell's team will be tackling this. But it requires a suite of different consultants to do it. Each one of these will have 7 or 8 different consultants working on various components of it. So it is a big endeavor. It only happens once every 10 years, but we're at that time now where if we don't get on it, we will miss our 26 deadline, and that challenges us when we do municipal class or assessments and do that type of thing. We run into challenges getting approvals from the ministry.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Can I jump to 33? Okay. Just a quick note is that under operations, there's an accessibility audit of county facilities. So I think that may have an answer to whether we need elevators or lifts.
You're bringing the elevators and lifts up
I knew it.
again.
I just couldn't let it go. I had to bring the elevators back in.
All right, good. So staff can do that and review and return. You want to so badly because I asked you to not comment on the elevators and lifts, right, Councillor Michelli? Look, now we have to let him do it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I do want to point out that inequity, but also I just want you to know I did try to dissuade Councillor Huffman from saying that.
I don't know why. Okay, page 33. Let's keep moving along. Councillor Barry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like, maybe it's Brandon, could you give us some more details on the cultural plan and archaeological management plan, please?
Sure, through the chair. So that is one of the master plans, but also a background study to our future official plan update that we've had in the capital forecast for several years. So essentially, Norfolk does not have an overall archaeological master plan for all of Norfolk. And that would also, we would be looking at a little bit further on cultural heritage. This is something that would involve consultation with a number of stakeholders, including Indigenous groups. It would provide guidance for future development applications and when we're dealing with archaeological impact assessments, when we're looking at those type of matters. We haven't developed the terms of reference yet, so I can't provide too much more details on the scope, but hopefully that's enough for now. The future master plan.
It is. So I guess my question then is cultural planning is municipal cultural planning is a thing that we don't do. And I'm wondering, like in this line, that has nothing to do with what is typically municipal cultural planning, like the economic development component or the quality of life, inventorying cultural assets and creators. Like that's not what we're talking about here.
Correct. That like you indicate, that's a little bit more on the creative industry side, economic development side. This piece is a little bit more, and I've got an update report coming on provincial planning statement. It's a little bit more about significant cultural heritage resources, cultural heritage landscapes, and archaeological. So it's underneath the PPS. So a little bit different than the creative industries cultural business side.
Well, my hopes are up for a second, but they're right back where they belong. Thank you.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to follow up Councillor Very's question about the archaeological master plan, the cultural plan. So I guess my question would be, because it often seems that when we have projects that involve the county in various capacities, that we sometimes the archaeological, at least, the archaeological study that becomes required kind of, in some cases, has caught us sort of off guard a little bit, and it's kind of come up, well, I guess we better do that, and we find ourselves, I think, in a little bit of a quandary as to, whether or not to do it, and then we have to make a bit of a decision. So I'm hopeful, and maybe Brandon, you can comment, that this will maybe give us a much better scope about, when and where to do these types of things.
Through the chair, that is bang on. This would provide us that proactive plan, that assessment to know, because that has been the case, that it's just ad hoc, one by one, and we're reactive. So we need to put more of a comprehensive and proactive plan in place.
Very good. Thanks, Brandon.
Councillor Van Andrieschi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at studies and assessments. I'm looking at sign inventory. It behooves me that you need to spend $100,000 on counting signs. Maybe you could explain that to me, because I don't think that's as simplistic as it's saying. Because inventory is, if I took a sign, I wrote it down, so it's out of my inventory.
Through Madam Mayor, to the councillor, you are correct. What this program is, and I think Norfolk's roads department are no different than some roads departments, but we're at the tail end of catching up with liabilities and minimum maintenance standards. Years ago, it was okay for a patrol folk to look at a stop sign and say that sign is good. Then they did, obviously came out, it was a set of 50-year-old eyes, which baffled me, but as long as an individual is 50 years old and the sign appeared to them, that was okay. And obviously, as the courts and liabilities increases, these are challenged. So what this is a base inventory of what signs are there, and it is also an inspection of each sign to know how many of these are, the reflectivity are not there. And I think, so other than a big initial upstart, it maybe doesn't get any better, because I think we need this study to know where we are, get an inventory and know where we are with sign quality, and then that will dictate perhaps future capital projects on how we, it's one thing to put it together, but now we have to maintain it. So, yeah.
So what you're saying is someone goes out on the roads, they see, they are actually inspecting every sign to see if it's reflected, still reflecting in the night or whatever time of day that you do that test on, and then you're going back and saying, I have this number of signs in my inventory, or I have to purchase or upgrade.
That is correct. It'll give us our 10% of our signs reflectivity not where they're supposed to be, and they have different devices they check that with. So until we get this initial study done, we're not sure where we are. I, for one, think Norfolk County, these are the regulatory signs, the stop signs, stop aheads, reflectivities. I think we're in pretty good shape, but we do need something on record. I don't know if Ryan Knappman is on as well from RISP, but it is promoted from them, because when there is a motor vehicle accident and they look at the sign, that's the first thing they say: where is your inventory and where is your sign?
So we must have a computer program that maintains all that.
We will with this program.
We will with
is-
this
is
program.
the
That's
start
what I
of
was
that,
getting
yeah.
at, because at the end of the day, it's a computer system that says to me, that sign is good, I go in the computer and tell it, or it's not good and I need a new sign.
As of right now, it's a lot of paper-based stuff.
So
this
you're
takes
going to
us
go
the
to
next
a
step.
modern system.
Yeah,
Okay, thank
exactly.
you.
Brings us up to speed.
Councillor Columbus.
Will this sign study also include where tree limbs are kind of obscuring some signage?
A good question through the mayor. It probably would. I don't know if that is the most important part of this. I would hope patrol folks could pick that up, because we all know in April we have no problems and we get a spring, and by May we have a few of these covering up. So could be an aspect, but I think that's more on the patrol people to look for on a weekly basis.
Page 34. Councillor Breton, then Van Passen.
Well, I can't let the bean counters get away here easy. Tax study, what is that? What accommodation for tax study? Can somebody explain that to me?
Through the chair, the municipal accommodation tax study is actually not a finance project, but I can hand things over to Mr. Regan.
You're lucky.
Thank you, friend in finance. Thank you for the question. Through your worship, the municipal accommodation tax study is to look at a legislation that allows the municipality collect revenue from overnight stays. So from our hotels, our Airbnbs and B&Bs. So it allows us to collect a revenue from the visitors who are using those facilities. I'll stop there and see how much more. I can talk for an hour on it, so you let me know.
I've heard this before, and it might have been a few years ago now, but I think that may not go over very well with the private business owners in town, would it? I would.
If I may, and be as bold to suggest, I'm aware of that report that came forward in 2019. The municipal accommodation tax was buried within that report. I don't think it was given justice, and I also don't think enough engagement was done. So the purpose of this study is actually to do a very thorough engagement with the hoteliers or the hotel providers. We currently have 274 rooms from those types of providers, plus we have a significant number of Airbnbs and B&Bs and online platforms. So doing that engagement is really mission critical, and I think that's why it failed last time in 2019.
Yeah, the B&B, I heard just there last week that they may get taxed if they want to sell their property. Is that, I don't know. I think we could be opening a can of worms there with this whole exercise. So anyways, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen, same subject?
Unfortunately, yes, it
Go
is. I had it on my list here. And in 2019, it was not ignored. It was thoroughly studied. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants to pay it. Nobody wants to keep it. And the amount of administrative time on behalf of Norfolk County staff to collect the fees, you're never going to get your $50,000 back, let alone make profit on it. So I don't want to spend $50,000 more on what will be a study to be a sales job to sell this. So I would move that we just delete it from the 2025 budget and move on with it.
Okay, and I had Councillor Berry, so I will come back to you for your motion after he speaks.
Hands down, John.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. So, John, hey, what's been the initial reaction to some of the people who have some of these 274 rooms so far, and the conversations you've had with them about this?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Berry. Through you, Madam Chair. We've had some very informal conversations with some of the hoteliers, and we also had a fairly formal conversation with Airbnb, who was at WOWC conference just recently in Chatham-Kent. So part of the discussion that we heard from the hoteliers that we talked to, where there was not a lot of engagement, they really weren't informed. Many of them are the understanding that it's a 7 or 8% tax that they have to pay, and that's not the case at all. And so our proposal at this particular point would be about a 4% municipal accommodation tax. I also need to say that the word municipal accommodation tax is really inappropriately named by the province. And there is a push to change that naming. It's really, if you think about it, you have these visitors coming. We know that they spend $19.2 million on accommodations in Norfolk County. We know that they use our services. We know that they use our roads, they use our public washrooms, they use our beaches, etc. This, in my opinion, is a user fee for the visitation, no different than 50 other municipalities across the province that use municipal accommodation tax.
Okay. The B&B owner that you had your formal conversation with at you said Western Ontario Wards Caucus?
Airbnb.
Sorry, was that an Airbnb owner from Norfolk or from somewhere else?
I'm sorry, through you, Madam Chair, that was the Airbnb organization that was exhibiting at WOWC conference. They are very supportive of the municipal accommodation tax / user fee. They're very supportive of it. The collection of this fee is actually fall off your chair simple. There is very little administration. There's no demand or very, very little demand on finance. Third parties will collect it for us as a very nominal fee. Airbnb will also collect it at time of booking. So from 2019 to today, the framework has also changed drastically.
Okay, fair enough. So I guess I want to refine my question then. Of the Norfolk County partners or potential partners that you've spoken to so far, what has the initial reaction been? Just the Norfolk County people?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Chair, as limited as may be, and that is the purpose of the study, is to have some third-party meaningful engagement. But my initial conversations were, it's not a game changer, or it's not a deal breaker for them. They just need to know more. And then their concern also was making sure from a hotel perspective and motel perspective is that they weren't the only ones with their visitors being charged this fee. They want to make sure that it's fair and across the board, that would include Airbnb and online platform bookings for short-term stays for under 30 days.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Michelli, then Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is about the industrial lands sector needs assessment.
Can I pause for a second? Councillor Columbus, are you wanting to talk about municipal accommodation?
Yes.
Okay, I'll come back
Yes.
to you, Michelle. Thanks.
And I just wonder, John, if our neighboring municipalities have this in place, Haldimand, Brant, Oxford, and Elgin.
Through you, Madam Chair, not currently, but I do know with my colleagues they are considering it. I know that other municipalities, for example, close by, such as Guelph and Hamilton, larger centers, of course, but Haliburton has it. They've just increased their their rate from 4% to 5%. And I just want to throw in, though that's not part of the question, that we estimate that the new revenue to Norfolk County is ranging from $760,000 to $1.2 million that stays within this county. 50% goes to fund, at minimum, the tourism providers who are actually adding that tax onto their bill for the residents, and the other 50% is at council's discretion. So it's a $1.2 million revenue that you don't have today.
Thank you.
I want to make a comment about this one, if I can, and then I have to go back to Councillor Van Passen before we go to Councillor Michelli. I did not, and there's a lot of this that I do not support. I did not support it in 2019, and a lot that I would not support, but you just piqued my interest on maybe a halfway, which we would need the study. But when I don't support it because I feel like we would be burdening the accommodation industry that hasn't fully blossomed and hasn't grown to its potential and what we want it to be here in Norfolk County. That's my concern. But I look at Airbnbs, and we have a housing crisis, and we have a lot of bylaw complaints and concerns that are burdensome on county resources, and Airbnb would have a platform that could immediately collect those funds. It would also help us create a registry of which properties are used for that specific reason. So could this also be something we leave in the budget as a placeholder or approve, but it's not for approval of the study? Could you come back to us with a staff report with a few different options on what a program could look like with some of these preliminary figures? Because I think you're, again, headed in the right way with the business case, the 760,000 to 1.2, the 274 rooms, but we don't know about Airbnb, the way you would collect it, because I'm almost in favor of an Airbnb type collection only, not hotels, not bed and breakfasts, not lodging facilities who that is their bread and butter, and they're making contributions to our community, where a lot of Airbnbs might just be homeowners, they don't live in the area, we're getting bylaw, parking, waste management, all of these types of complaints that are burdensome to the municipality. So I guess that's my long-winded way of saying I am kind of interested in a version of a municipal accommodation tax on the short-term rentals, not including hotels and bed and breakfast. So
Thank you for the comment and question. So to answer your question, yes, of course, we can do whatever council would wish, but that is really the intent of the study itself. We know that right now there are only 20 licensed establishments as hotels, motels, and BB and bed and breakfasts. Through our regional tourism office, through Ontario Southwest, they're estimating that over 200, we have more than 200 Airbnbs, but over 200 of them are likely not in compliance from a building perspective, from a safe perspective. It does give us a whole lot of opportunity with this study to really flesh that out, to look at a short-term licensing agreement that's required. And again, this does not affect student housing in any way. This does not affect the housing crisis or the unhomed or shelters. It has no impact whatsoever. This is for short-term stays, less than 30 days, really focusing on those folks who are coming to Norfolk County to use our amenities, use our beaches, use our roads. And in my opinion, it's a user fee. And so I'm very passionate about it. I'm very passionate about what this money, this revenue can do to our hotel providers and to our Airbnbs, not to mention what it can do to our financial bottom line.
I said I would go back to Councillor Van Passen because he was trying to move a motion. So can we move this along? I'll do that. Then I will come to you, Councillor Berry and Brun.
Well, Madam Mayor, for the last few years, Councillor Michelle and myself have been hounded by quite a few individuals about when we are going to come out with our short-term rental policy and bylaw. So if I could get some guarantee that part of this study would include whether we need to first implement the short-term rental policy, then I'd be happy to withdraw the motion and move on to the next item. So,
okay, John.
That's a great comment, and thank you for that. Through you, Madam Chair. In fact, not shared other than with my team, we actually have a draft bylaw, draft agreement that we would hope that the consultants would review and update. So to answer your question, absolutely.
Okay, so he is withdrawing the motion. All right, I'm going to go to Councillor Berry, then Brunton.
Thanks, Mayor. John, I'm asking these questions in the, I like you, but what is the difference between a tax and a user fee? Isn't every tax a user fee and vice versa?
Thank you for the question, Adam, very through you, Madam Worship. In ECDEV, we're salespeople, and I just think user fee sounds a lot better, but really, but it speaks more truly as to what it's used for,
well,
right?
What every
I think
tax
it's very
is, man.
specific.
Okay, so you just
Great
said,
question, though. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. So you just said we had 20 licensed establishments. Okay. So help me understand why. This is in all seriousness. Help me understand why we need $50,000 to see if 20 licensed establishments are into this tax or not. I mean, I know you're busy, but surely you don't have, within the scope of the work you're doing in tourism or whatever else, we can't talk to 20 licensed establishments without hiring another consultant and doing another study. Like, it's 20. It's not like you said, Hamilton has this in Brantford and Guelph. Yeah, this is 20.
Great question, Councillor Berry. Thank you very much for it. Through you, Madam Chair. It wouldn't just be the 20, Councillor. We're looking at all the Airbnbs. We're also looking at the visitors who come to Norfolk County to ensure that they're consulted and they're surveyed. We're looking at reaching out to other municipalities like ours that do have the municipal accommodation user fee attached to it. So it's not just the 20. And to be totally honest with you, when I discussed this with Brandon, with Mr. Sloan, it's like, I could totally do this. I wrote this in Guelph. It's really a capacity issue. And it's like, what do you want me to stop doing in order to do this? And I think that the $50,000 would be well spent, or up to, $50,000 would be well spent on a third-party, unbiased report. Because I'll tell you right now, but my professional opinion is that we should be doing this. And I'm also a little biased, as you can tell. So if you want a third-party review that's going to come back and tell you something, I think the 50 grand or up to would be it. I don't know if we need the full 50, to be honest with you, but there you go.
Thanks. So, okay, so you said there's also Airbnbs. So just to clarify, I think what Councilor Van Passen was asking there is that these Airbnbs are not licensed currently.
Through you, Madam Chair, correct.
Okay, so if they're not licensed, okay, so is the study going to be done after they're licensed? Because if they're not licensed, how do you know they're there in order to include them in this? But then also, if they're not licensed and they're not, say, complying with other things, how do we, without the licensing and without all the policy to make sure that they are compliant, how do they then collect a tax? And how do we make sure that they're doing it properly? Like, how does that work? How does it work to make them do that without the in-place policy already there?
Great question again. Thank you so much, Adam, or Councillor Berry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Through you, Madam Chair. The study itself will look at all the licensed ones that we know about. The important part is the ones we don't know about. Airbnb has indicated that they have a list of all the Airbnbs that are registered with them in Norfolk County that we can access. There are other third-party sources that we can get that list from to ensure whether or not they are operating as an Airbnb or a B&B. So maybe I see I'm being yielded here. Sorry.
Hey, no, thanks. That's it. Thank you.
No, thank you, John. Through you, Madam Mayor, I think we're getting a little bit into the weeds here. I think the study is intended to provide council with all the information that you're seeking so you can make an informed decision as to whether or not this is an avenue for additional revenue that council wants to consider. We're in the midst of a budget. This is an opportunity for us to generate some additional funding. But the study is intended to provide council with all of the pros, cons. You can do the benchmarking. We'll do all that and provide council with all the data necessary for you to make a decision on whether or not this is a worthy endeavor or not.
Right, key being, we'll make the decision later. There's no commitment to, okay. Councillor Brunton and Vanden Drieschie, is it regarding this?
This same issue, yes.
But let's keep this high level because we are way behind schedule. So it shouldn't be about the study, it should be about the capital dollars and having the study or not,
Yeah.
not details of the study.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Two things I want to raise. One is last week I heard on the news, and maybe you heard it too, John, about if you own a B&B, Canada Revenue are going to tax you different. I don't know if they've passed that or not. If they have, I suspect there's going to be people out of the B&B business. That's my guess.
Yeah.
The second question or thing I'd like to see, just a simple report from yourself on the details of this before we even do the study. You got a lot of knowledge. You say you've done it in Guelph. I like to see a report, and then we can deal with the idea of a study later.
Okay, but we still have the dollars that we need to determine what we're going to do. So we're not going to take the money out and have him write a study or have him write a report on a study. So we need to, we are way far behind schedule and we are way down in the weeds. So the topic of discussion is, does the study go forward? Councillor Vanden Drieschie?
Isn't it out of reserves, though?
Yes, $50,000 from reserves.
Yeah, well, whatever. I just don't see the urgency, that's all. Thank you.
Councillor Vanden Drieschie.
Just a quick question. After the study is done, the information that is gathered from it, will it also have how you can assist those who are going to be not taxed, but I will use the other term. But anyway, would you be, is there benefit to them as well after the fact when monies are collected, say for advertising and that type of thing?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. The revenue that's generated quite often stays in tourism or those types of visitations, providing services directly and direct support, tangible support to the actual accommodation providers.
Is it necessary? I think we're ready to move on. Thank you. Okay, it is, we are at the point of the agenda where we would go on to section 3C, which is replacement and rehabilitation, arguably the bulk of the agenda. And this is the point in time when, you have another question about studies? Okay, hold on. And this is the part in the time where our agenda initially said we would break for lunch, which we did 3 hours ago. So a couple things for counselors. If you want to know about a program, it's wonderful to raise it here, but you can also send these questions through to staff in advance because it makes this process much heavier than it needs to be. I'm open to have the discussion, but we are way down into the weeds on a lot of stuff here. We need to be streamlining the questions and prioritizing them first to 2025 items so staff have some direction, and then obviously you can go into the alternate years. But let's try to keep these questions high level and move this along because we'll be booking. Technically, the procedural bylaw says we're all back here tomorrow to finish off the next day, which I don't think is on anyone's radar right now. So Councillor Michelle, then Van Passen on studies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Regarding the industrial lands sector needs assessment, I just wonder if staff could give a very high-level description of what that will entail, because that is a lot of money for a study, $215,000.
Just through the chair to start and give Mr. Regan a bit of a break. I was just going to reiterate a little bit that these two components are part of the approved economic development strategy, so there is some background in that. We've also prepared some business case that outlines each of these ones. I think it's in the package our finance folks say on page 109 and 110. This specific one does help us with having that third-party review for confirmation of the specific uses and sectors to target for future potential business park or industrial needs in Norfolk. It's a really good investment before we go down that route. We do have some partnership opportunities. The other thing about this one and the other one is that by having it in our approved capital budget, it gives us the opportunity to apply for grants as well for these assessments.
Anything to add, John? No? Is that okay, Councillor Michelle? Councillor Van Passen.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll do the study for you if you want, really quick. Save $215,000. You can't have too much industrial land. You can only have not enough. It's got to be where you have water, sewer, gas, and hydro, and roads that go to it. That just so we can now delete it. I got it finished for you already. I don't want to spend $215,000 to study pretty basic stuff.
Madam Mayor, if that is a motion, I will second it.
Motion on the floor to remove the 215 for the industrial study, moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Michelle. Is there any debate or discussion? I will not be supporting the motion. This is one of the most critical issues moving forward for Norfolk County to offset the levy requirement. I think the more information we have and the better business case we can build to bring industrial partners to our community to support jobs and revenue is critical, so I will not be supporting the motion. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? And opposed? The motion's defeated. Thank you. Page 37, Councillor Van Passen.
One more on this page, Madam Mayor. Economic Development Strategy Update. We have to spend $120,000 every 4 years to update our economic development strategy. Like it's in there in 110 in 2027, 121 more in 2031. I thought that was sort of a part of the job. You just would go with the flow, and but like outside studies to update a strategy every 4 years, that's pushing the envelope, I think.
Mr. Regan?
Thank you for the observation, Councillor. Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair. So really at the moment, we don't know what we don't know. And so this is 2024, where our strategies get to 2027. I don't know what that's going to look like when in 2027 or 2028, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's an update or a new one. So the strategy that we're in now hadn't been done for, I believe, 9 years. So I don't know what it's going to look like. So I'm not sure it's really even relevant to talk about what something will look like in 2027 or 2028. And I agree, maybe 110,000 is a little too much. But I do know we spent $50,000 for KPMG to do engagement for this strategy, and everything else on this strategy was done in-house. Everything from the design, from the entire team worked on it, including a lot of work from finance and comms and everybody else.
Go ahead.
Well, this would be my problem. We keep spending money on studies and strategies, and I have yet to see any of the results of these things. So if somebody could show me the results of this, or is it a study and a strategy that tells us that we have to spend more monies on studies and strategies, because a part of this strategy is the industrial land sector needs assessment, so we need to fund that now as well. And but where's the results?
Mr. Regan.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment again, Councillor, and through you, Madam Chair. Again, like the forecast is a forecast. It's not a financial statement. It's an estimate. I don't know what it's going to be in 2027, Councillor, or 2028. But I can tell you on December 10th, you're going to get a pretty comprehensive report and a report card of what you funded in the economic development strategy for 2024. And I think you're going to be impressed. I think you're all going to like it. So if this strategy is not set on the shelf, it's not collected dust, it's been very, very actionable with a very hardworking team through the great support of this council. So at this point, I can only address what I know. I don't know what it's going to look like in 2027 or 2028. That is a placeholder. So.
Okay, moving along. Page 37. We are on 3C, replacement and rehabs. Projects are meant to maintain the condition of our existing assets. And we start off with the fire vehicle replacement program, which has a staff report later. So we can discuss that with the report. Page 38. Councilor Van Passen.
Well, actually, I think I'm a page ahead, but and it's not even a complaint. I just you wonder why we have problems when an ambulance nowadays costs $350,000 plus and we can't even get them in time. And then it's $75,000 more to put the stretcher lift into that thing. And you wonder why we're having trouble with our budget.
Councilor Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I'm on page 38, and I see the star beside the conversion of parks countywide.
Sorry, where are you? Okay, yep.
Sorry.
I see them, yep.
Okay, you're right. I can't read me. Why all at once? I think I know what they are, but why all at once, I guess? Is that mandatory by law or something, or?
Chief Stillwell.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Brunton. So what's happened is we're in our third year of our 10-year pack replacement. What's transpired and just recently is information that we received from the supplier that the current equipment that we operate will no longer be available within the next year or so. And with that, it goes to, there won't be support or maintenance for the equipment. So the fire service in general is moving to the 4,500 PSI bottle sets, which we're still using the 2,216 PSI bottles. So the challenge for us is having this equipment across 11 stations that work together frequently. We can't have two separate systems operating at the same time because they don't interchange. The tanks don't interchange, the packs don't interchange, the masks don't interchange. So our best option for safety for the staff is to do the complete switch over all at one time.
Thank you.
Councilor Van Passen.
And if I remember correct, this is more or less just front loading 10 years worth of normal, like we always had replacements in there. So we're just going to front load it all up front to get them all changed at the same time. And we'll take out of the next few years' future budgets, there'll be less of replacements in the budget as well, right?
Yeah, through the mayor, that's correct.
Anything else on page 38? Page 39. Page 40. Great news, we have 100 pages to go. Page 41. Just note there's a star from staff there, infrastructure reconstruction. It's nice to see Grace Street going ahead in Port Dover after that deputation. I think that was one of our first deputations under this term of council. Page 42. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Actually, I don't have a question. I just wanted to say, I just want to do a plug for West Temperance Street in Waterford, which is in dire straits and is in dire need of repair. So if that could be looked at somehow or some placeholder put in or something, but that road is absolutely atrocious.
Page 43. Councillor Brunton.
Yes, thank you, Member. I asked regarding this one, Darnell, about the Norfolk Street South repaving, and it says here Victoria to Highway 24, but I believe you've corrected that, Darnell?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. The correct limits would be South Drive to Poplar. Sorry, in the final budget book, that'll be corrected.
And is it the same money amount, or no, that'd be a lot less, I take?
Actually, the money amount through you, Madam Mayor, is the same.
It is, eh?
Yep.
Wow. And that's all because of the Decoux intersection, correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we actually stopped short at Poplar so we could have some time to take a further examination of Decoux and Norfolk Street South intersection, just to come up with a plan for proper improvements for that intersection.
Thank you.
Page 45. That's crazy. I keep looking at you. That's great. Page 47. Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. The Norfolk Street Bridge, structurally, I think that bridge is okay, but you say there's some surface improvements. Can you just clarify for me what they are?
Certainly through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. The parapet walls would require rehabilitation. There's some deck rehabilitation, not a deck removal. Well, there's not a widening of that structure. We are looking at how to widen the westerly sidewalk platform without putting in an abutment expansion or an additional girder. So there's the option of perhaps doing a minor cantilever. That's the sidewalk on the west side, which is much smaller than the sidewalk on the east side. So pretty much deck rehabilitation and some opportunity to widen the sidewalk platform on the west and change the parapet walls.
Okay, and the other one is, where is the old Highway 24 culvert? Where is that? It's well, 107 down, just about 4 or 5 down. I'm not familiar with that at all. I don't know, where is it?
Doesn't matter to me, right now.
Is that someplace out Colburn Village way, or does that go south?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll look that one up and we'll come back to it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, page 48. And 49. Page 50. Counselor Huffman, there's your page 49 sidewalks and walkway reconstruction budget. Page 51. $52. $53. Councillor Rutten.
Madam Mayor, I'm concerned here. I see where it says siding replacement already at Norview Lodge, and we went through that exercise here. I'm not sure who's here that would remember it, but quite a legal issue on that, and I thought we had it fixed.
Mr. Nolan is on the line. I'm not sure what, is there a specific question about?
Well, yeah, I'd like to know why all of a sudden we're replacing, it says siding, and I thought it wasn't that long ago, and the only one here that might remember that is Councillor Columbus. We had that issue with all the siding up there. Why are we back into that already? I guess we spent a fortune up there.
Mr. Nolan?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, I'd like to bring Mr. Simoes in on, because it is a planned forecast that's in there. So if Michael, if he would be willing to join on, because that is over in his realm of expertise at this point.
Go ahead.
Thank you,
Michael.
Bill, and through you, Madam Mayor. So the original issues that were dealt with the original construction have been addressed. This is outside of that. This is stemming from the 2023 building condition assessment, which is recommending siding replacement phased in across, I believe, 5 phases. And essentially we would do one wing of Norby Lodge within each phase. So this is the worst wing that we're recommending, was recommended to be replaced in 2025.
So what are you replacing it with?
So through you, Madam Mayor, currently existing is wood siding. We're going to be looking at replacing it with either a vinyl or a metal siding to provide some long-term options.
So are you aware, Michael, what we went through with that, I guess probably 4 years ago, maybe a little longer, maybe 6 years ago with the siding on that building?
Absolutely, yes. Through you, Madam Mayor.
I find it hard to accept that we got to go back in and start replacing it. Thank you.
Page 54, Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One question, an ice resurfacer, we're going to the electric ones that cost $175,000, but then every 5 years we got to dump another $50,000 into new batteries for them. How does that compare to the old-fashioned ones that ran on gas or propane, I guess, natural gas? So.
Through Madam Mayor to the Councillor, I mean, that's a good question. Electric, all electric vehicles are, I guess, not new to the market. We've been probably a decade into this. I think as far as operating costs, there probably isn't a great difference. But we do have a lot of benefits such as health and safety. We don't have fumes. We have limited vibrations within the facility. So I think that's where a lot of the industry is going electric for that.
Well, that's what we keep finding. It's always a good idea. You do it for all the right reasons, and then these hidden costs pop up that nobody told you about up front. But the point on page 54, that is where there at the bottom of the page, the multi-use court, Victoria, the concept I brought up previously, I'd like to keep this one in there, and then staff, and now that I've said it in public, I'm sure my phone will be ringing, because my little one's been buzzing in my pocket all day long already. And we'll get some feedback from the public on options, so by leaving both of those in the 5-year or the 10-year capital budget, I'm sure we'll have lots of great discussion over winter and spring, so.
So leave the 120 for pickleball for 2026 and leave 280 for Victoria Memorial Park for 2025 and
Yeah.
try to combine the two. My phone also has been going off, and I've already been informed that there will be no fundraising dollars outside of Turkey Point for the
That's, I
project.
concede that, and I wouldn't either, right? So,
Okay. All right, we will leave both and hope to consolidate and find a solution that doesn't spend all of the money. Page 55. $56. Sorry, go ahead.
I think, remember, page 57, near the bottom, Port Rowan Harbor Marina, $410,000 for dredging on a marina that loses money. And I just would like some question, or I have a question on how desperately do we need that in 2025? Can that be put off? Like, I think Port Burwell, you have to sort of time your entrance into the harbor to get over the dirt. I don't really want to shell out $410,000 in 2025 when the whole process of the marinas and how we can make them sustainable is still under review. And can we put that one off at least for a year and get some good, clear, long-term direction on the future of the marina?
Mr. Cridlin?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, good insight in this one, Councillor. Yeah, I think staff had put it in this year because they're being in the inner bay and the water being lower. We did get some calls this spring and the summer of low water. Looking into the dredging permits, it is much more of a lot of admin work to get to this point with permits and things. So I think a lot of I do know a lot of the stuff with marinas, we did bump out a couple years to give council some breathing room. Staff had put this in for next year because if water levels stay down and we do soundings this fall, which haven't been done yet, and in the spring, and if it's shown we need to move forward, I think staff were hoping that at least we would have a budget there to move forward. If the soundings prove that we do have a few feet of water that boats can get in and out of the inner bay, then this money would not be spent in 2025. So it's sort of there as if we do need to, we will need a budget unless council directs not to, but that's why it's in there. Won't be used if not needed.
Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Bill, basically, just maybe for the public, because this will also probably get a fair bit of attention. I know there will be people who will take this placeholder as signs of the sustainability of the Port Rowan Harbor Marina, which obviously that's the goal. But so if the soundings do show that we can put this off, that's what this will end up being, is just a placeholder, and we would in all likelihood move this to 2026.
Through Madam Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen?
Well, I would propose that if you have to take soundings to see how deep it is in the inner bay, you don't need to clean it out. Can we, rather than classing it as dredging, then can we class it as channel maintenance? Because it could be that you could get somebody in there with a tug and just prop wash the channel down the center rather than $410,000 to dredge the entire thing. And because what tends to happen, you'll get a little sandbar in certain places. So usually a big boat with a big prop will fix that. But can we just change the name then so I don't feel bad?
And staff still have approval to dredge if necessary with those dollars? Okay.
Okay, through Madam Mayor, to the councillor, there was what I call a prop wash done on the east side this year. When we look at Port Dover for dredging, it's a lot of times it's the opening of the channel that will fill up, and Port Rowan's a little different. I think with Big Creek dumping sediment in, we kind of have the west side and the east side channels, and they will fill in. It's just a little different. But no, I know where you're coming from, and we did do a prop wash last year, I believe, on the east side to take a few of those berms down. So
I have had some
Doable.
calls and emails over the last 2 years about it, and I know we were working towards it in the budget, so as long as the dollar's there, call it whatever you want, Councillor Van Passen. Page 58. $59. $60. Councillor Brunton.
Just a quick question. I see a lot of the equipment replacement. What's the equipment reserve? Do you still rent, Bill, do you still rent your own equipment? Is that how you work or no? When you operate like your singles and tandems and all that, do you rent them back to yourselves? Is that still in place or?
through the mayor, I may look at the finance team because it's a bit of a hybrid, but I think that's the basic assumption. I'll let finance do a little better answer than I just gave you, Councillor.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Brunton, we do still charge. That's done through interdepartmental charges to any department that's utilizing equipment. And you will see as we work through the current interdepartmental charge study or project that we're working on that we'll be refining some of those because it's definitely not to the level that we would like it to be where they're fully charged out to each department that uses.
Yeah, the reason I just wondered, I see a lot of tandems replacement there. I assume they're coming with plows and sander units on them. When you say 500,000, is that how they're being tendered?
Madam Mayor, no, that's correct. When you see a tandem there, that is with spinner sander controls inside and all the plow equipment. One thing of note, which isn't a great news story, is with the new emission systems and things coming into place, snow plows, and these prices have been looked at and reflected, that we're probably looking at about $20,000 increase just for emissions because they have to have that, they have to change the chassis. So prices of these things are going up, but Jordan has did a really good job to go through the 10-year with finance and have added that in. So we're hoping the price that you're seeing here may seem high, but we're hoping in a year or 2, 3, when these come through, that they were reflective of market values at that time.
Has the removal of the tar and chip process, like contracted out, has that changed the need for, have you cut back on any tandems?
Through Madam Mayor, no, because that program was, we did rent local trucks for that because there was a chipping hitch needed, and also at the end we were using a lot of triaxles, which Norfolk County only has a tandem. So the odd time you would see a county truck hooked up to that, but it was generally a contracted service for trucking.
Thank you.
Can I get a comment from staff on our fleet review schedule and how often that happens? That's another, common criticism of Norfolk County, the trucks and the fleet and the vehicles, but I know that there's a lot of thought that goes into when we replace them and why. Are you able to touch on that? And maybe it's something we'll get into more with asset management, but when we replace them, how you determine, and sometimes we hold on to them longer and sometimes we don't, and why that is?
I can start from an operational aspect. We just attended a meeting this week with our asset management people on fleet, and you're right, there will be, out of that asset management, maybe perhaps some changes. So we have guidelines that I believe council have accepted over the years as far as timelines and life cycles on the vehicles. We used to, before I arrived in fleet, a truck T59 was listed and it had a date to be changed. What we've did now, which I think gives staff a little more ability to be fluid, is we just list 4 or 5 trucks that year, and then staff look at them with the mechanic write-up on which truck should go, because you are right, we could have 2 2010 tandems. One does in town very little kilometers, one does the outside routes. So we do look with inside, and so some trucks we will keep longer than that, and in some obviously there's pouring good money into bad. those go. Also, a program that we've just started this year is with pickup trucks, and I compare our Parks Department with our Roads Department. The roads doing patrols and being bigger areas. Again, you could have a 2015 pickup truck with 400,000 kilometers on it, and the parks folks could have a 2015 pickup truck with 125,000 kilometers. So instead of running them out, we have taken the trucks and flipped them. So the parks folks would get the high mileager. So we're doing a lot of things, I think, that we can inside to extend that. And COVID didn't help us, waiting 2 to 3 years for pickup trucks. I'm happy to say that pickup trucks, most equipment is back on schedule, except for snowplow trucks. They're still probably 2 to 3 years out when we order. And we've managed to work through that by keeping some of our older vehicles on the road. I'll turn it over to finance here, but we are working with finance very closely to when we get to the asset management plan, because the asset management plan may change the way we treat fleet dollar-wise.
Thanks, Bill, and through the mayor to council. So it will come forward as a service level review for fleet as a category, and all the basic sets of equipment within fleet will have recommended replacement cycles. And then once council sets that service level, that will determine the amount that we place in reserves for replacement of all those vehicles, and we'll bring a financial strategy as well at that time.
Thank you. Page 62 and 63. Councillor Columbus.
Page 63 at the bottom there, Fleet Capital Equipment Replacement Program. The grader shoulder eliminator attachment, can you define what that piece of equipment does, please?
Through Madam Mayor, I sure can. You'll notice when our graders are running the county roads on the shoulders, it is an attachment that rides on the side, and what it does is as the shoulders flatten out from agricultural equipment and just over time with rain, this brings the gravel shoulder back, and we get our I guess it's probably a 6% crossfall we're looking for. Maybe I haven't got the right percent, but it brings the gravel up, keeps it in there so we don't have the shoulder drop-offs.
So we have never had one of these before?
No, we do have a couple, and I believe these should be listed as replacements.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
I think page 63, they got a bunch of replacements of landscape trailers at $13,000 a piece. I wonder what is special about our landscape trailers, because they should be about half that price. So unless these are some sort of special piece of equipment, and if they are, maybe we should change.
Through the Madam Mayor, great question. First of all, I think we were seeing a lot of trailers show up here. It was something that Fleet was not, didn't have their finger on the pulse there. We had a number, I think we have about 20 trailers, I'm going to say, I can verify that number, across the county, and a lot of them, they are MTO'd safety each year, but we found that we were putting a lot of money in them. A lot of these, some of these trailers were built in the 80s, and it was part of bringing, tidying up some stuff in Fleet that we brought them in. As far as the price, a simple landscape trailer that staff haul leaves and things around, I agree, Councillor, but these trailers do a purpose, and they're carrying one or two of the heavier mowers. And when you put the two mowers on, you weigh them up. That's where we have to go to tandem axles and heavier trailers to make the weight. I think years ago, the MTO probably looked at Norfolk County and were pretty light on us, but we do get audited, and we're no different than a private contractor if they're pulling oversized weight on these trailers. There are tickets, and we do have to be mindful of protecting our CVOR.
Well, that would still be why I'm questioning it, because I did look up on the Miska trailer website. You can get their standard landscape trailer, I think it's $49.99, and if you want to throw a heavier set of axles under it, that's another $1,000. So like for $7,000, you can have an extra heavy-duty landscape trailer with all the goodies on it. That's why I'm wondering why but I'm sure if this is a budgeted amount, that doesn't mean you're going to spend it all, right?
No, that's through the councillor, and they are out to, in 2026. But what I can do, Jordan, the manager of Fleet, was not available today, but I can definitely ask him on those two, how that price arrived, and get some specs.
Okay, page 64 is the start of the facility. So let's take a break here, stretch your legs, grab a drink, and be back no later than 3:10 sharp to begin. after members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between two adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process
Alrighty, we are on page 64, starting with facilities. $65. Wow, good for you. Councillor Brunton.
Quick note on the bleacher replacement at Talbot Gardens. I'm disappointed it's been put off here again, but I do think it's something that is long overdue. If you look at the west end of the arena, some of those seats aren't even there now. They can't get parts or whatever. So, but I've also spoke with a couple of friends on the Lions Club and put the bug in their ear. Hopefully they may get involved. They tell me they have lots of money, but we'll see where it goes. So anyways, thank you.
That'd be great. Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and I think this is collective on a few of these pages, but it's another one of these structures that we've had discussions on. It's the Linwood Art Center on, we've discussed the future of that, and in the next couple of years, we're looking at spending $1.14 million on that building when we're still in discussions on what the future of it is. And I don't know what to say, or I've got no amendments for that, but I do want to draw that to council's attention. So.
Thanks for that, Councillor Columbus.
Madam Mayor, I hate to say this, but I'm going back to page 64, and it's with respect to the $250,000 skylight at CAB. Is there any way that we can eliminate that skylight and just put a light bulb up there or something? Or like, it seems like an awful great amount of money for one skylight. Where is it? Oh, is it that big? Oh, I thought it was just one small skylight, sorry.
I don't know. I'm not in operations. Is that the light?
Somebody's interested to stand there and count how many of those panes of glass are broken.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them.
I forgot already. Thank you. Michael?
Yes, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. It's the, we wouldn't generally call it a skylight, but it is the panes of glass outside of council chambers.
Yeah, that's more than a skylight, thank you.
Thanks for that clarification. Can we move on from page 65? Lots of lifts for the Friendship Center. Marinas. Page 66. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just looking under the generator replacement program. I just want to confirm that that is, I notice all the other generators are for specific locations, but that one is just the Port Rowan portable generator. And just to maybe Bill can probably quickly answer this, that is the portable generator that we have that we can kind of move from place to place when we need it, right?
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, Michael will be doing all the facility questions, so he's better suited to that. Anyways, Michael, you're still there. Feel free to jump in.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillors, absolutely, that is correct. That's the portable generator that we move around to deal with emergencies and or public events.
Thank you.
Page 67. Councillor Brunton.
Yeah, I'm down at the old Victoria Town Hall. I see I know it's not in 25, but where are we at on that particular? It got 1.25 million in there, or $0.25 million. And I thought that was on the chopping block. County manager, answer that.
Maybe, Al or Mr. Simoes?
I could certainly start. Thank you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Brunton. We do have a staff report pending for early 2025 to represent an earlier staff report that was deferred by council to bring that forward.
So we'll pick that conversation up in the new year and make a decision before any.
Okay, the other question, if I may, while I'm on here is, what about the Pond Street building also? Is that getting on the block here soon? Are we going to do something with it? There's a lot of revenue sitting there, I would think.
Mr. Sloan?
Through the chair, an update is pending in the next couple months to council on that. I don't believe we have something that's in there for 2025 about that, but an update is coming.
I can't remember if we're on 66 or 67, so either or. '68 and '69. Councillor Van Andrieschie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at on page 68, and it's talking about the Langton Arena partial roof replacement. Bill, I was wondering, that roof has been replaced 2 years ago? And now we've just got the new additions. I can't see it as something that's looking at doing in 25. Am I wrong there? It was only
Michael.
Yeah, I can take that one.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Van Andrieschie. So the scope of work on that project is the peak. The peak of the Langton Arena is a modified bitumen roof, which wasn't completed recently. So we have the two shingle side. The west side was completed, I believe, 4 years ago through an insurance claim, and then the other side was completed. The shingle side again. Sorry, the east side was completed 2 to 3 years ago, and so this is the remaining portion would be the peak, which is a modified bitumen roof.
You mean you did one side, the other side didn't do the top? Is that literally what you're telling me?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. But shingle roofs and modified bitumen roofs have different life cycles, and as well, they're different contractors that will complete that work. So the idea was to maximize the life of that modified bitumen roof, which happens to be the most expensive portion of the roof.
Okay. To be honest with you, whoever put on the last side there was fantastic, efficient, and got it done on time. So I was really pleased with that company that did that. Surprising anyway. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus, then Van Passen.
Yes, to Michael, the $308,000 to the county garage partial roof replacement. That building's not that old. I just wonder why we're replacing the roof.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So the roof being replaced in that project would be the flat portion, the modified bitumen roof, was installed in 2008, I believe, so it has exceeded its expected life. We have had a few leaks there in the past year, and we are noticing a lot of blistering, so definitely recommend that to be replaced prior to any major issues there.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The one before that, the Cortland Fire Station roof replacement, goes back to some of the earlier questions. We're going to replace the Cortland Fire Hall in 2029, and we're going to spend $308,000 on the roof. So again, is it going to replace the fire hall in that same location, or are they looking for a different location? Or, you know, I'd hate to put a new roof on it and then have it torn down again in 3 years. But
Yeah, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. So it would be a full roof replacement for that project. I'm not sure if Al can speak to the relocation of the fire station.
Sure.
well, again, I think we should figure out first whether we're going to tear that down to replace it on site before we replace a roof. Like, let's have the plan in place before we spend the money here. Like, if the intent is to build a new one somewhere else, well, then you got to maintain the old building and reuse it for something else. But if you're just going to tear it down, you're not going to put a new roof on it. You're going to get a bucket of tar if it got a hole in it, right?
Through Madam Mayor, point taken, that's one of the things that we've discussed on a regular basis, is how you prioritize keeping some of these older structures in a state of good repair, to be dry, to be usable, to be utilized, and balance that with the potential that that building will likely be replaced or renovated. That's part of what the facility master plan is coming back to council in 2025, so that we can make some of these decisions. Without an actual decision in place, part of what we're doing is continuing to try to keep our buildings so that they can be utilized safe and sound for our employees until we make that decision. This particular case, I'm not sure if this is one of the ones that we've done a significant amount of patching, and you probably can't patch anymore, but point taken, we'll certainly review that before we undertake a significant expenditure if we don't know that that building is going to be in our portfolio long term.
Well, I think that goes back to what I brought up early on in the meeting, that we got to make sure that, like, everybody's in their own little silo, in their own little world, but they all got to step back and look at the bigger picture and get more cooperation between the different departments to make sure that the left hand and the right hand know what each other are doing. So.
Councillor Van Andrieschie.
And just to make a point, that building is connected to the community center as well as the frontage with the OPP station, so it's not a mere question of tear it down.
My apologies, 3D, which is disposals. It's a new section staff have added to better align the asset management plan's life cycle costs. The projects remove existing assets from service with no plan to replace them. It starts on page 71, and there's not a lot going on yet, but I think if interurban water goes ahead, this will be a really valuable section of the budget. Okay. Section 3E, requisitions from boards, starts on page 73. This is the final section. It highlights the capital requests from the Library Board, Long Point Conservation Authority, and Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. Page 73 or 74, questions? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The LPRCA there, have they confirmed these numbers with the LPRCA staff? Like, I'm looking at the Victoria Dam. We did do the study on that, and I think the end result was a gradual drawdown of the reservoir. and we're not going to be taking the dam structure out, so I'm not so sure that they're going to need that extra million some odd dollars from us. But again, they might just be placeholders in case somebody changes their mind. So.
Okay, Jacob?
Through the chair, we actually reached out to LPRCA in regards to their capital plan, which they provided their most up-to-date capital plan, which we've integrated into our capital budget. I believe we go through our capital budget process a little bit before they do, so any changes that they would essentially make in this budget cycle would probably be reflected in the next one. So it's updated as per their capital plan.
Anyone else? Lots of HNHC housing projects moving forward, which is nice to see. Okay, section 4 is the business case, capital business case, and these have already been approved above. So I guess it's just a final call if there was anything you want staff to provide clarity on, but technically we've moved past it. Section 5 starts on page 112. It's the appendix with key capital projects. These are the starred items that were in the binder. 112. A list of the key capital projects covered throughout the review today and a description why staff highlighted them as key projects. It's interesting to see what staff thinks is important as well. So that's cool. Thanks for doing that. Any other questions? Pages 113 to 128 is made up of a list of individual projects at each location, making up each of the annual facility placeholders for 2026 and future years covered throughout the review. So you can take a look at some of the individual projects starting on 113 through to 128, and I'll just give you a couple minutes to do that. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and hope it's okay to jump to page 126. The Port Dover Harbor Museum net shanty building, I thought that was just totally rebuilt our last term, and now it needs another $390,000, and then the rest of the museum needs another $500,000 in HVAC upgrades. But I thought that whole building, we had to add to the budget because they kept finding more things to fix, and I thought it was completely redone.
Michael?
I can take that one through you, Madam Mayor. So there was an exterior repairs to the net shanty completed in 2020 or 2018. Essentially, this is a fairly larger scope. There were some structural repairs identified or deficiencies identified during the building condition assessment. So this would address some of those larger structural issues, not just the building envelope. So there's some foundation and larger structural repairs that are required.
I just heard a funny story the other day, how the original floor was put into that building, the foundation. It wouldn't pass code today, but the community got it done. Okay. Not seeing any other hands. Do you feel like you've had enough time to check your notes and go over those pages? Okay. Page 129 to 130 is a list of the year, the cost, and the description for each of the marina capital projects covered off in the review today. They were all listed already, so it's nothing new, but they're isolated here. Just for clarity, could I ask of staff, is this the full, you moved everything over, or did you eliminate items yet or reprioritize them? I know that's coming in the staff report, but so did everything stay in the budget at this point in time, or was?
Through the chair, no, following the outcome of the marinas report when it went to council, one of the first steps that we committed to was making the initial changes to the capital plan, which is what Al had committed to, which is essentially what's in here. So there were changes, I think total around $6 million of reductions in the capital plan, essentially what's been brought forward here. So Bill's primarily reviewed the wants versus the needs, and essentially what's forward here is the needs. But as you take the next step towards that vision setting exercise, there could also be additions or further removals from this, but this has been revised since the last time council would have seen it.
So that was the 6.52 million that you've removed from the capital plan to just address the needs for the marina only. Okay. So we'll dig into that with the future staff report, but it has changed. On the subject of marinas, will staff also be discussing the transfer of funds pre-report from the marina to the reserves? Yes.
Yes,
Or the levy?
and through the mayor, we will be bringing back a report in December with a first look at user fees, and at that time, we'll kind of dig into the operations a little bit, and council will have the opportunity to ask some of those questions, and then we'll be able to move forward from there.
Okay, so nothing's happening until the report comes forward. We're just going ahead with the must fix and repair items. Thank you. Is there any questions? Section 6, capital reserves and development charge reserve funds. It starts on page 132. Councillor Barry.
Yeah, so I was wondering if staff could, please, thanks, Mayor, through you, staff could clarify what General Government Development Charge Reserve Fund is. I should have asked before, but I didn't know we were supposed to ask before, so I apologize for that. But what is that?
Through the chair, the General Government DC Reserve Fund, it's basically a class of service area under the Development Charges Act. It's used mostly for studies like to raise the development charges in order to pay for the actual DC background study. And so, yeah, mostly the assets that are funded out of that are studies.
So, what, like, okay, so it's about to drop drastically and it's going to get considerably more red. Why? Okay, so that to me tells me that we don't really need that, or like why is it just forgotten now?
Through the chair, right now our DC collections are based on the latest background study, which was completed in 2018.
Yes.
Since then, we've obviously undertaken more studies than what we were expecting at the time, and we're forecasting more studies than what we were expecting at the time. So when we undertake the development charges background study update, which it sounds like will be approved, as you've already passed that in the budget today, those rates will be updated accordingly. And what you're going to see is higher rates that effectively recover the costs to the point where that reserve will not be dipping into the red once those rates are in place.
Okay, thank you.
Any other reserve related questions? I think I rushed you and we caught up. That's right. Final call on anything that you may have missed. Councillor Berry.
Yeah, I did miss something earlier because I was trying to find the NBIs that were related to it. It took me a second. We already moved on. So anyways, I have a question about page 25. Sorry to go all the way back there, but Andrew, we have through the mayor to Andrew there, we have the CCTV inspection equipment on that page. And is that contingent on then the NBI being approved for the stormwater management program? And I guess what I'm getting at is if we approve that capital expense, are we sort of presupposing that this NBI is approved? And then if that's the case, if the NBI is not approved, does this come out? Like, how does that work? Because unless there's another use for the CCTV that is not related to the NBI that I don't know about, and then I'd like to know what that is.
I was going to let you keep going there. I thought you were going to answer your own question. Through the chair, yes, that equipment is needed for our stormwater team. It can be used by other groups, and there already is an existing stormwater team. So regardless if the MBI gets approved for additional resources, the existing resources will use that as part of our ongoing efforts in 25 and beyond to gain legislation with the stormwater ECA.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, that is the capital plan for today. Finance, would you like 5 minutes just to crunch numbers? Okay, perfect. Councillor Brown.
I know, while they're doing that, I know there's some potential changes to come. And I just wonder, how is that going to be dealt with? I know we can't ask when, but how will you bring it forward? At the levy, maybe levy budget or something, or as soon as?
Yeah, sorry, which changes? Because I think everything we've
Well, there's, I think, if I may say that there's some things coming in here that we dealt with today, and they're still in there, but I know there's changes coming. I hope they're safe.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I think Councillor Brutton's referring to some things that might be out in future years that are dependent on some decisions of council that might be happening in the next few months.
Yeah.
I would say that as council approves either the master plans or as we approve certain direction from council, the capital budget will be updated accordingly, and we will provide that update to council. Anything that's in 2026 and beyond, you're approving, it's for information, but you're approving in principle, but every year you will be asked to approve a new capital budget. So anything that's in 26 and beyond, it'll be back in front of council next year, and so we're not anticipating spending any of that money before it comes to council for approval. So what you're approving really is 2025 today, and anything that's in 2025 really isn't contingent on some of the things that you're asking about.
Okay, so 2025 will go ahead. It's not impacted. Decisions will be made prior to 2026 spending. Okay, we have a resolution on the screen. That report CS 24-162, proposed 2025 to 2034 levy capital plan be received as information, and that the 2025 levy capital budget totaling $59,376,000 be approved, and that the 2025 infrastructure funding allocation as stated in Table 5 be reflected as a council-approved initiative in the proposed 2025 levy operating budget, and that the capital forecast for the years 2026 to 2034 be received as information in the amount of $625,121,000. Councillor Van Passen? Moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Very. Discussion, debate, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Very great work today. Great job to the finance team. A lot of really strong bench strength you guys are putting together. Great reports, and really pleased to see the budget this year. Great work. We're not done yet, though. We have a report, one outstanding report, CAO 24-114. Al or Chief Stillwell, whoever's going to introduce that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll introduce the report. So through you to Budget Committee, we're bringing this award of tender report to the committee. And the purpose is to advise council of the results of our request for tender issued for 2 pumper apparatus, a tanker apparatus, and an aerial platform. Our recommendation is to award to the lowest compliant bidder. The bid was evaluated by our apparatus committees from the stations. All the design and spec meet the station's needs and circumstances, and we've all agreed on the specs of the replacement fire apparatus. The tender pricing, unfortunately, has come in significantly above approved budget allocations, requiring a budget amendment for the award. This report also summarizes the impacts the revised market pricing has on our proposed 25 to 34 levy capital plan. And I believe Jacob and Jared have touched on that a few times today, specific to this report. Contained within the report in tables 1 and 2 shows the price that we received from three bidders for the apparatus and 2 bidders for the aerial device, which is kind of reflective of what the market value is at this time. So again, with this, there's been unprecedented price increases in the apparatus globally due to specific market challenges and expectations of safety. We haven't changed our spec. It hasn't changed in a number of years. So this new pricing isn't reflecting something that we're changing in our apparatus. We're still just trying to maintain a consistent vehicle fleet so that our staff are able to interchange between stations without having to go through significant training evolutions to try and figure out what's going on from one station to the next. And they do work very closely together on many calls. So this is very important to us for the health and safety of our staff and the efficiency of our emergency response. So without getting into it too deep, I know under the financial services comments, I think that's been explained in its entirety earlier on today. So in the conclusion, after reviewing the bid submissions, Norfolk County Fire Department Apparatus Committee and staff recommend Fort Garry be awarded the bid for 2 pumpers and 1 tanker apparatus. And staff also recommends City View Specialty Vehicles to be awarded the bid for the 1 aerial apparatus that was contained in the tender document. With that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Chief Stillwell. Questions? Okay, can we get the staff recommendation put up on the screen, please? Everyone can read it. I won't. Is there a mover and a seconder for the staff recommendation? Moved by Councillor Columbus. Bless you. Seconded by Councillor Berry. Discussion, debate. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Adjournment. Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Just a question. We still have 2 budget days in January. Does staff have any projection of where we're going to be at the end of our budget talks at this time? Any preliminary thoughts? And how much we're going to add in percent yet?
Thank you, and through the mayor. We're still, in the last stages of kind of refining our numbers. I do think right now that it's going to be a little bit below what we projected at budget guidance time in July, but it's difficult to put too fine a point on it at this point in time. So I do think we're going to be a little bit better than we thought, but don't have an exact final number.
I thought maybe that'd be the answer you gave me. That's great, thanks.
Okay, a mover and a seconder, please, to adjourn at 3:44 p.m. Moved by Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Michelle. All in favor? Carried. Meeting is adjourned.